How is everybody tonight? Alright, let's do this. Let's go. Okay, so today we're gonna be reading through no story today. So today's chapter is just gonna be more of a chill chapter, you know, gonna read through it. Got some boba tea with me today, so yeah, let's just settle in, get comfy, and let's just get going and read through it. Withered grass. Alright, let's go. When I am silent, I feel replete. As I open my mouth to speak, I am conscious of the emptiness. The past life has died. I exult over its death because from this I know that it once existed. The dead life has decayed. I exult over its decay because from this I know it has not been empty. Lucian, wild grass. Grass rots, begins when it ends. I remember my own death. I was given by many when I was alive, and I gave the future my all. I loved them, and I was loved by them too. I will be reborn as something else and come back to them, like wild grass. I should be happy, yet happy is the last thing I'm feeling at this moment. Why is it that I feel like I'm missing a big part of my memory? Wait, why am I dead now? They seem to throw me off Aslan when I made the wrong choice. I don't remember anything else though. All I know is that it's getting dark now. Ooh, I love that it's getting dark. It's so cold. It hurts. It hurts. Who am I? Countless names pop up and flash by in his head, except he is unable to make any of them count, being torn apart and feeling nauseous from a tormenting phantom pain. Is this a dream, or am I just seeing things now because I'm dying? Pain and death fill his consciousness. Nothing else can be found. I need to wake up from this pain. Confused, the humanoid tries to feel for its limbs. After God only knows how long, his fingertips finally gain sense amidst the shivers, as he slowly opens his eyes from the pain that has tormented him so. Recalibrating visual module, 78.13%. Visual module? This hits him as a new concept. He has no idea what that means, but his recalibrated vision is showing him exactly what death is like. Where is this? Rubbing his messy hair, he sits up the same way any humanoid would and checks his limbs and clothing, which only makes him even more unsure of himself. Am I still human? Checking his body for a second time, he doesn't seem to recognize his bioskin and its mechanical structure. Do I still count as human? When did all of this happen? Did it all happen on that day? He doesn't know the answers. But these are not the only questions he has. He doesn't know who he himself is, where he came from, and where he has to go next. Lost, the young man walks aimlessly in the dark. After what seems like forever through the zigzagging paths in the underground tunnel, he's finally out and sees the city. Beside the entrance sits a pile of stones with a clean sling bag in it, beside which lies two swords of different shapes. They seem like murder weapons the killer didn't have time to properly dispose of. Picking up the bag, he sees a blueprint in it, with words, Rev Blade, and a blood-soaked notebook. Can't really open this notebook now when it's like this. Putting the items away, he gives the seemingly empty sling bag a few shakes and sees a pair of glasses falling out of his side pocket. The pair of glasses seem familiar to him. Not knowing exactly why, he picks it up and walks up to a puddle of water beside it. He can see himself looking back at himself from the water. Then he puts the pair of glasses on his face as if he knew exactly that's what he was supposed to do with them. It isn't until this moment that he finally senses something familiar in himself, actually. Everything in the sling bag seems more familiar to him than his body. Who left the bag here? Where should he go? He paces around as his brain kicks into gear. At sunset, he hears rhythm footsteps coming from the distance. Hey there, is someone over there? Who are you? Don't worry, we're Babylonia's task force and we're on a rescue mission. You can go to the conservation area with us if you have nowhere to go back to. But look, this guy is a construct. A construct? What's your team? I was wondering about the same thing actually. Say, why don't you tell me what a construct is first? Huh? The man and the team learn about each other through a brief exchange. This memory loss you're experiencing is probably caused by a deviation of the mind. We've seen quite a few constructs like you these days. But the database doesn't have anything on this guy. This thing he's carrying seems like a telecommunication device. Here, I'll have a look at it. The construct soldier checks the device the young man is carrying. Found anything out of the ordinary? It's broken, and it didn't come from Babylonia. Should we get rid of it? We should give it back to him. What if it turns out to be a piece of a hint? Could the guy be an unregistered construct from the ACA or ARU? Possibly. I'm sure there's a bunch of ascendants we don't know about out there that are unregistered. At the mention of the word ascendant, the other two constructs take a few steps back with their weapons raised. Wait, you only went over what a construct is. What is an ascendant? Hesitating for a moment, the three fill him in on what an ascendant is. They're the reason we're living through this mess now. In other words, they're the bad guys. Exactly. They're responsible for the red tide and the defecting constructs. I see. He nods earnestly. Boy, he really knows nothing. Should we try looking into something else? Like his punishing virus concentration? Already did. He's on the low end, but that only shows he's not a transcendent. I've read that ascendants can control the punishing virus. We should speak to the elite squad about it. I've heard they'll pass by this area. Yes, and passing by is all they're going to do. They won't come to the base because the purifying force is busy, and the Grey Raven commandant just recovered, and the construct that the other two constructs refer to as their captain stops mid-sentence. Looking hard at the young man, he decides to give him the benefit of the doubt. Come back to our base with us. We'll run checkups on you after that. Wait! We'll deal with any anomalies later when we come across any, but I just don't want to let doubt get in our way of saving people. Captain is right. Too many lives have been lost. We can still try to be safe, but that doesn't mean we should leave anyone behind. Giving the man the benefit of the doubt, the three decide to bring him back to their base. Thank you. The team brings back the young man to a place they refer to as a temporary base. After the man turns in his Rev Blade, deemed a dangerous object, and its blueprint, the support construct in the base runs a quick checkup on him. No damage found. It seems that the individual is experiencing after effects of a mind deviation. A mind deviation? I see you're clueless. The spore construct quickly goes over the mind and all the possible complications it might cause. Memory loss is one of the things that happens when a mind deviates. You're lucky though. You're experiencing some issues with memory reading, but the data in there is otherwise intact. What you're experiencing is rare, and people like you usually end up with after effects that are more severe if they don't get helped in time. Maybe your mind is super stable. Maybe it's because I've been helped. That's possible. We don't have the equipment needed to treat you, unfortunately, and I suggest you seek help somewhere else. It's either that, or you can give yourself some time and see if you recall anything. It's quite a gamble, though. So don't need to be treated to recover? Yes, but that's based on the assumption that you have a stable mind. Don't get your hopes up though, because that's not possible with most constructs. With a smile, she stands up and as she waves at him. Are you leaving? I have another mission to attend to. Feel free to stay. Seeing the support construct off, the young man stays quietly in the corner as everyone carries on with work. 3 hours later, when the world is fully clad with moonlight, the man hears noises coming from outside the door. It seems to be a group of unexpected visitors. What are you all doing here? We came to rest ourselves up. Commandant and a few constructs need to be treated. The young man looks at where the construct is pointing and sees a human behind the crowd speaking quietly to a nearby construct. Commandant is here alone? What happened to the rest of Greyraven? The captain came, but other two stayed up there. Why isn't the captain sticking around Commandant? We had a change of plan and asked the captain to stay there because they were short in hands. After they exchanged, they quickly head back to their respective maintenance chambers, leaving the construct captain, who's been stationed in this place, and the commandant here. The two sit by the table. The captain asks some questions while opening a white first aid kit. Is that a first aid kit? Does anyone else need to be patched up or stitched up? The young man is suddenly awash with old memories. Was I a doctor? Yo, Shrek boy, Shrek tease. Hey, yo, Shrek. He looks at the frowning human and the white first aid kit in the distance as he tries to piece together his newfound shards of memory. Phew. Phew. The second volume of Surgical Science 21st edition took me a while to find it. His finger twitches at the touch of the non-existent book. I'll probably remember more things if I touch the box, the young man thinks to himself as he musters up his courage to offer his help. Excuse me, but can I patch you up? Pardon me? I think, no. I remember learning about this. Can I do this for you? How did that suddenly cross your mind, though? Well, just because we've brought you back here doesn't mean you have our complete trust. It's nothing personal. We have no idea who you are, so we can't let you lay a finger on an injured human. Not to mention one who is the commandant of an elite squad. Right when the construct captain is about to push the young man away, you, the person he just referred to as the commandant of an elite squad, stop him. Don't worry. You can't assume someone is guilty until you have evidence saying so. Weighing his options, the construct captain stands up as he looks at the commandant. I have my eye on you, son. Please, have a seat. Introduce yourself. Hi, I'm Noctis, Commandant of Greyraven. Hi, Greyraven Commandant. What's your name? I don't remember. This art is cute, man. Aw, man, this art is cute, bro. This is a cute moment, I won't lie. I don't remember. Wait for him to speak. If it's okay with you, feel free to call me Young Man A or whatever comes to your mind. I remember seeing you somewhere before. Really? But you seem a little different from what I remember. What does the person you remember seeing look like? Was he someone that everyone else had to try to be careful around? I don't know him well. I've never seen him in person. I've only seen him in videos, and I didn't see his face clearly. I know he's met my team, but I was injured back then. You sigh, your tone's growing serious. He might be a goner now. What else do you remember? Well, when I saw the first aid kit, it reminded me of a book on surgery that I read before and of when I lent a basic doctor a hand. It's a sign the data in your mind is pretty much intact. If seeing things you're familiar with cause piece of memories to your mind. Right, I was with a support construct just now. I didn't catch her name, but she said the same thing. We can probably get you fixed up in Babylonia. Except we're having some difficulty traveling back now. The transport craft will come pick us up in a few days though. How'd you like to go to Babylonia with us? Can I really though? I mean, I don't even know who I am yet. As soon as he finished the sentence, the young man realizes that your question was actually a trick question asked out of doubt, to see if his memory loss is feigned. None of these people have any reason to trust him just because he was brought back here, which is exactly what the constructs have said. And even the young man himself finds their doubt fair, because he doesn't even trust himself. They can make him a new addition to the good side, but what if he turns out to be a bad guy? The young man finds this idea terrifying. I don't know. Let me think about that. Alright. I'm looking forward to going to Babylonia with you, though. Well, I see. He nods with a smile. The two say no more. The young man finishes patching you up and returns to his corner. The base is a lot quieter after dark. Most people are asleep now, except for a much too energetic girl and an old man having a heated exchange in the corner. They leave messages on paper for everyone to see. You can't just write down whatever you want on it. But they don't need it anymore, and I'm not writing down random things. I don't care what you're writing, but the piece of paper is theirs and you can't just take it. People have no terminals, and they need these people to stay up to date on what everyone is doing. When everyone else is doing. Look, daughter, I just don't want you to get in trouble. Give it back to them already. Seeing them fight brings up a tinge of sadness in the young man. Did I once have a family like this too? Arguing no more, the girl walks up to the commandant from just now with the paper all crumpled up in her hand, all the while sobbing. The two of them have a quiet exchange. The commandant didn't take the paper from her, but instead pats her on the head and gives her a page torn from a notebook. Thank you! Seeing the girl happy makes the young man happy too. When the young man turns his gaze at the commandant, he sees the pair of eyes looking back this way. Their eyes lock for a few moments in silence, then looking away, the commandant says something quietly to the construct captain. Are they talking about a mission, or are they still being suspicious about me? The young man hides a smile away embarrassingly. Can I really stay here? The distance between him and the rest of the base feels like a cage, one from which he can neither escape nor into which people can go. That confines him to the corner. Would I know where I'm supposed to go? If I remember things? Deep in thought, the young man hears footsteps coming from the distance. It's the commandant. Yes? The commandant lowers down and with a smile, hands over a pen and a notebook page. Why are you giving me these? We'll be on our way to City 006 in a bit. Your mind will probably deviate again as you go, which means you'll probably experience memory loss again and again. So I thought I'd give you this pen and paper to jot down anything you remember right away. I'm more than happy to help. Thank you so much. Caught off guard by the commandant's kind gesture, the young man quickly stands up to receive the pen and paper with both hands. And I want to thank you for patching me up. Hope you regain your memory in no time. The young man was going to ask more questions when he realizes that the commandant has left with someone else as they spoke, leaving him all alone. These heroes run into worn-out soldiers, vagabonds, and refugees every single day on the battlefield. To them, the young man is about one of the many encounters they've had. With all that's on their plates, they simply can't afford the luxury of time to learn about him on a deeper level. To the young man, however, any chance missed puts him one step closer to an abyss from which there is no escape. Glass cradle. With the color of the nightgown heavy, the base sees the inhabitants finishing work and readying themselves for bedtime, one after another. Taking advantage of the quiet hours, the young man tiptoes his way to a table and sits down. He sees a piece of paper left by the girl that carries her soft written words. Did I use this too? He folds the paper in half and wants to start writing something, only to realize that his mind is as blank as the paper that's staring right back at him. The commandant said to write down whatever that pops up in my mind. What can I even remember though? Closing his eyes, the young man delves into his memory. That's when he begins to feel it. The warmth from the pen he misses so much that throbs in sync with his heartbeats, invigorating every last dark corner in his consciousness. If I try hard enough, maybe I can just recall a few things. Holding the pen in his hand, the young man repeats the line again and again, as though trying to prime himself. Holding the pen in his hand, the young man repeats the line again and again, so trying to prime himself. I can do this. Still repeating the line, he follows his instinct and puts down a few random lines on the paper. Eventually, the lines, seemingly a great mess, turn into a circle. Then, coupled with other drawings of irregular shapes, the circle transforms into a teenage young man sitting on a low chair. After which a simple bonfire appears before the young man, followed by an expansion grassland that grows from beneath his feet. The young man seems used to drawing all these, as though he's drawn them countless times before. Sorry, why was I struggling with that? Wait, so I know how to draw? But where did all my drawings go? Did someone keep a collection of them for me? Or did they all just pile up into a mountain of used sketchbooks? Or... I remember what happened to them now. Mom, those are my drawings. Ever since the young man was still a kid, only one thing had ever happened to his works of art. Right. They'll be torn into pieces and would be used to keep fires burning or just discarded. You have 3 seconds to give me the rest of your drawings before I break your pencils too. Wow, what a shitty mom, bro. Not gonna lie, damn, bro. Not gonna lie, mom looks... Damn, bro. Yikes. You have 3 seconds to give him the rest of your drawings before he pencils 2. No, you can't do that! 1. I already have all the vocabulary words memorized from yesterday and finished all the chores. 2. I had the hole in my t-shirt fixed too. Why are you doing this? 3. Please, Mom, it's just something I do for a bit before I go to bed. And with it, the begging turns into the sounds of snapped pencils, slaps, and screams, to which a neighbor lashes with ear-splitting shouts. For God's sake, for God's sake, goddamn witch, can't you just save all that for tomorrow? Let go and stand straight. The one says his name, yet he just can't hear it past the blur. Damn, bro. Noah's mom is trash, bro. Like, dude, she's trash. Like, I get, like, struggling to survive, but, like, these are your kid, man. Damn, bro. The woman says his name, yet he just can't hear it past the blur. I've told you so many times already, drawing isn't going to help put food on your table. That's only going to ruin your eyes. And look at what it's done to your eyes already. It cost me 1 year's worth of my savings to buy you this pair of glasses. Do you know what that means exactly? I'm sorry, Mom, but I don't need your apologies or buts. I just want you to know that you've been strangling your own future. With all the schools gone, you're responsible for your own learning now. You need to arm yourself with a skill that gets you into the reservation area or the medical area where you'll be safe. And even if you just want to live on the lower level of Asylum for the rest of your life, you'll still need to work to keep yourself alive. Clean up the mess here. Aunt Rachel will be here tomorrow, and you'll do well to get out of here with her to get a real taste for the world. See for yourself all those people are dying from the punishing virus, and you'll see why I want you to live close to a CPF. I don't want to work at cargo, though. What do you want to do then? Are you just going to keep drawing, or are you going to keep fighting the dudes from the carriage H or the security guards from above? How did you find out about all that? The boy lowers his head, his face heavy with emotions. Oh, I know everything. You would have been a goner if it weren't for Rachel. But I roughed them up only because they badmouthed you. Those words are stuck at the tip of his tongue. Calling the young boy's name, she lets out a few coughs. You're 9 already, and I can't be around you forever. We're living through a very chaotic time, and you'll need to learn to live on your own. Bravery is good, but you'll be stupid to throw your life away over some petty conflict. You need to go with Rachel to have a real taste of the world out there. That's when you'll learn about your place in this world. The boy looks at his mother with those pleading eyes of his, hoping she'd spare him the suffering of work. Their eyes are locked for what seems like an eternity. Seeing that nothing is going to change his mother's mind, the boy finally gives in. Find them. As far as he can remember of his mother, he's never seen her without the mask. She never ate or washed her face in front of her son, and she barely ever slept with the boy around. Every time he got curious, he snuck into his mother's workspace. He'd always get a piece of his mother's mind. From what he heard of from the workers, a riot is what caused his mother to start wearing the mask, and his father's death. The well-planned riot is the very reason their family is now stuck on the lower level of Asylum. His mother has pulled some strings to get herself a job, the one that's barely keeping them both alive now. He has no idea what his mother does for work exactly, only that everyone dislikes her work as much as her mask. Wait, is this all I'm getting? You do know I'm friends with them boys up there, right? What? You don't give a damn? Get lost forever with that stupid mask of yours then. Look, damn witch, I told you about this application. How's that possible? I did have a few drinks on the 14th, but I swear that I totes remember this. Did you really have to kick Joe out? He might have broken some rules, but he's a brother, damn it. Damn it, I should really ask one of the guards to shoot you and that little monster of yours dead. Hey, speaking of the devil, Mommy was always away for a night shift last night, and I saw her coming out with so many guys this morning. Did you ever know which one of them is Daddy? Damn, stop! Oh, that's Rachel? Damn. His mother never loses her cool in the face of all threats and jibes coming her way. The same way she never gives in to her son's pleading, so long as she thinks his requests fail to align with her plan. She's like a tree, one that provides nothing beyond the shade and fruit that keeps him alive. There is, however, one single person who manages to stay on friendly terms with his mother. The person is none other than Rachel. None other than Rachel, the head of the lower level's cargo crew. Rachel is friends with everyone, and there's not a single person living on the lower level that doesn't respect her. Ooh, interesting design for Rachel. So Julie sent you down here because of what happened yesterday, I gather? I see you don't like that I told your mom about what happened. No, not exactly. Or did none of that make any sense to her and she just decided to go hard on you? Aunt Rachel? Do you really have any idea how crazy the whole situation was yesterday? You can fight the kids from Carriage H all you want because I know they got nothing on you when it comes to running. But you can't just afford to mess with those guards from up there. They got guns, and we all know that those guns are meant for anything but to keep us safe. So long as Aslam is theirs, they own all of us here and can kill you whenever they want to, at the cost of some cheap compensation to your mom. I'm sorry. It's fine. I'm sure you've learned your lesson, and I didn't come to blame you. See? I was just worried. Okay. Now I've given those kids from Carriage H a piece of my mind for you. Really? Why would I lie? I know very well that they've been saying what they've been saying behind your back, and I really should have dealt with this sooner. It's not your fault. Okay. He nods earnestly. But hey, I understand those kids have been messing with you, but you really want to drop that long face of yours sometime. Hill told me she said hi to you the other night, and apparently you just walked away all pissed without greeting her. The poor woman was shocked. There aren't many in Carriage N on friendly terms with her mom and you, and Hill is definitely one of the handful. I'm sorry. Save that for when you see her next time. You refuse to say that to her yourself? She was just staying around watching when the kids from Carriage H picked on me. Look, Blake, you need to understand that not everyone has what it takes to stand up to the bad guys. She might have stayed away, but that doesn't mean she approved of what they did. Okay, I'll go and apologize to her tonight. Also, quick, honestly, man. Aw, baby known as baby known as precious, man. Little baby known as precious, man. Attaboy. Should I go to cargo with you then? No, because I've got you a much better position. A much better position? See that ventilation duct up there? I need you to go up there and see if there's anything in it that needs fixing. But I don't even know what needs to be fixed. That's fine. You just need to go all the way to the end and stay there until call for you at night. That's it? Of course. What, you think I put a 9-year-old in cargo? Rachel winks at the boy. Gotcha. Thanks. I'd say that for later if I were you. Not fully understanding Rachel's intention, the boy climbs down the ventilation duct you pointed at. When he finally reaches the end, he sees that there isn't some secluded tunnel waiting for him. Rather, it's a place he's never even dared dream of. The book storage? Ooh, a library. The boy is now at Storage 08 in Carriage P's cargo, where they store piles and piles of paper books waiting to be sold and a terminal storing ebooks and data. There are novels and books on poems, history, and myths, But other than these, there are also picture books and mangas, which any 9-year-old would find much easier to read. Like a fish who's finally found water, he dives right into a book he seems to be able to read and begins reading away. The boy is ready to grind through the day, but it ended up being so much fun that he forgot to eat the food he bought. Time creeps by with every turned page, and before the boy knows it, his time is up. Hearing knocks coming from the ventilation duct, the boy reluctantly puts down the book in his hands and goes back the way he came through the ventilation duct. So, how did he like hanging out alone in there? It wasn't bad, but the boy thinks this is all too good to be true. If Mom finds out about it, will she tear down the whole storage? What if those people that hate my mom find out I was there? Are there going to be consequences? You're going to be fine. As long as you don't find it scary. I'll just tell your mom that I put you on the maintenance crew to help them fix the tunnel because you're too young to come to cargo. But I didn't. Alrighty. Keep it down and be careful with those books. And remember to keep an eye out for people when you go in and out. Let me handle talking to your mom. Right. Thank you. No worries. The world might be a mess now, but my knowledge will still pay off in the long run. Make sure you read and learn a whole bunch of things in there. I try to be nicer to her mom. You see, she's just trying to help because... Hesitating for a few moments, Rachel decided to drop what she was about to say. The boy never dares to ask Rachel what Rachel was going to say. After Rachel's talk with the young boy's mother, he now has 4 hours worth of work to do for the maintenance crew outside of chores and studying. After Rachel's talk with the young boy's mother, he now has 4 hours worth of work to do for the maintenance crew outside of chores and studying. At home, he pays close attention to his mother's tone, and he works and studies harder than ever to keep his mother in the dark. Once he's back at the storage with all the books, he becomes a swimming freely across the sea of books, all the while absorbing all the nutrients it provides. This place shelters him from everything, be it his mother or the venom that spews out of people's mouths when they mouth off his mother. Many find books like these too impractical for kids' good. But to someone like him, someone born on and confined to a train, these books are his only chance to learn about the world out there. He might not own these books, but he's confident that he knows what's in these books better than the one who owns them. Be it the Golden Age, the ever-expanding universe, or the romance and tears, he remembers every single story he's read. The story he remembers particularly well is one where the protagonist vows to fight for justice in an ideal world, and how the world is actually fixed in the end. In the countless stories he's read, people stop hurting one another to survive. Rather, they work as one to rebuild their home. Repenting or not, the bad guys pay for what they've done. Through these stories, he gradually comes to grasp with his place on the train and why it's important to fight oppression back. If someone could really make it happen, then this place would probably change like the world does from the stories. With a book in his hands, the boy makes a wish to himself. If he wants to become someone like the hero from the stories, someone who fights for justice. In fact, he thinks he would probably be happy just to fight alongside the hero. Again and again, the boy would dream of being the hero that comes to the world's rescue, yet it soon wears away when his mother comes down hard on him. She has criticized him in more ways than one, putting all sorts of labels on his dream. Eventually, the boy loses ground. It's probably high time that I face the music. Mom is probably going to be mad again if I pick fights with the kids. Deciding to compromise with reality, the boy comes up with an action plan in which he secretly stores away his dream. I'm sure Mom is going to be okay with me drawing when the terrain is once again peaceful, and I've learned how to keep my head above water. But for now, I guess I'll do just as Mom and Rachel say and help around the house. And life goes on, as the boy holds on to his flimsy dream and lets go flimsy little dream and goes through all the emotional ups and downs that come with it. Life hasn't been exactly easy growing up. What, with all the pressures and his futile resistance against them. Yet here he is, ready to turn 11. At night. It's a day like any other, or at least it was supposed to be. The boy had been reading in the storage late into the night, yet he still had yet to hear the familiar knocks coming down the ventilation duct. Seeing that it now reads 4 a.m. on his device and feeling helplessly edgy, the boy decides to crawl out of the ventilation duct and tiptoes his way back home. With the door ajar, he sees that the lights in his mother's workspace are still on. Badly wounded, Rachel sits before his mom with a frown on her face. It's not the first time the cargo crew let things go missing. I didn't do it this time. Which means you've done it before? That's a really bad joke. Some of the guys from before tried to rob our things, and I was the one who stopped them. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. I do, of course, except they all say you're the one that did the robbing this time. Do you trust me? Makes sense if you don't, though. I mean, you probably would have been much better off without me anyway. Curious about what that means, the boy is about to open his mouth to ask, yet stops in his tracks. The timing isn't quite right just yet. Do you get all of this? No, because the ride just had to happen. But look, I'm very sorry. No, don't be. You didn't kill him. The perp took advantage of the riot. She stops for a few moments before she continues. Ashlar used us all. Used, he said. Wait, Ashlar. Isn't Ashlar the evil merchant guy from like Eternal Engine? If I recall correctly? Because if it is, it makes sense why the guy is an asshat and like that. The guy's a dick. Not gonna lie. Used, he said. The same way I've been using him in those good-for-nothing royals, I bet. She says those words with sizzling anger. But I'm not ready to turn the tables with him just yet. There are things that I just can't do without him. But Julie... I'll never become one of them, and you know I never will. The boy doesn't exactly understand what Rachel is saying to his mother, but he now knows that they've been working with someone they both hate, and that there are people in the cargo crew who take what's not theirs. This isn't the first time their conversation turned tense, but every time he tries to ask about it, they brush him off. You're 11 and an adult now, the boy's mom said to the boy a while back, but when he asks her a question, she doesn't want to answer. She'd go back on her words and say, you're still too young to worry about that. What happened to Assad? She drops the topic and starts asking about Rachel's friend. Assad, the boy remembers the name. He's close to Rachel and they always work and drink together. They are so close that people won't stop teasing them. When's the baby due? Assad always laughs it off when he hears things like this. You're kidding me, right? I'd find someone much more elegant if I were to date. He's hurt and is resting. The two of them sit silently, swaying the train for a while. Thank you for today. I will definitely be more careful going forward. Okay. Rachel stands up and pulls open the curtains and sees the boy hiding behind it. Good evening. You're not to tell anyone what you just heard just now. Okay. I won't. Julie, be nice to the kid. Come in. Time for bed. Mom. Did Aunt Rachel do something bad to you before? He ventures the question. The riot she was talking about. Is that why Dad was killed? Look, this isn't something... I'm not a kid anymore! He ducks back in a lowered voice. I can work on my own in the maintenance crew. It's a lie, but the urge to know the truth drives the boy to use that as a chip for bargaining. His attempt, however, fails to fool his mother. Work? You think I don't know what you've been doing? I only took her up on her proposal because she said it's too dangerous for a 9-year-old to work in the cargo crew, and the books can help you with learning, that you couldn't come into contact with guards if you stay there. You should sleep now. But, you should sleep now. Those words are supposed to be words of comfort, except they come out sounding like an order and trigger an explosion of all feelings that have been bottled up inside the boy over the years. Mom. Yes? People say that if Dad were still alive, he would never leave us here. He would never let others call you a witch or a... Have you heard these? Why does it matter? I'm too busy to feel bothered. Don't you feel sad whenever you hear them? How does feeling sad help us? Is it going to change anything? Just because it isn't going to change anything doesn't mean you don't feel sad, right? It doesn't matter if I do. These feelings will only suffocate us. Your father is dead. There's nothing I can do for him. I don't even have a chance to feel sad. Looking at the boy's determined face, she keeps her cool and explains their situation to him for the first time. Aslam has always been in chaos. Everyone does what they can to survive in this hellhole. Some resort to violence, some to trickery, and some can only rely on others. Regardless of which path they pick, when the sky comes tumbling down, everyone has to bear the consequence of their choice. She rubs her fingers on the edge of her mask. Her fingers are shaking slightly. Rachel wants to change the status quo. At the time, an aristocrat from upper level, her father was part of the problem. I begged him to change, but he died just after the riot began. Rachel didn't kill him. The perpetrator just used the chaos she caused. There are still so many more people up there like your father, or even worse than him. He died without ever having a chance to prove that he could change, and people down there just can't be bothered to understand him. But I can understand why they feel this way. To them, I am an accomplice of the aristocrats. Do you hate me? Even at the very bottom of Aslan, people wouldn't have treated you like this had you been born into a different family. Can't we leave? The world out there is much worse than this. The punching virus has taken over the land, and we need to be around a CPF to be safe. You can stay here because I still have a job here, but when I'm gone, you'll have to leave and join the ranks of the scavengers if you can't fend for yourself. When that day comes, there will be no food, no shelter, and you might get infected any time. When you want to rest, the corrupted robbers will swarm up to you. What should we do? Trust Rachel. She has a plan to free us from this oppression. Will she become a great leader, just like the heroes in the books? Yeah. She lets out a heavy sigh. Are you helping her, Mom? Yes, I'm trying to help her. I don't always agree with the way she does things, but I have no right to question her either. She's good at winning people over to her side. That's just one of the things she's good at that I'm not. She puts her hand on her mask again to make sure it safely just sits safely on her face. When I was your age, my dream was to become a merchant that brings people whatever they need. Except, I realized that I had nothing to sell but my own future. My future? She nods and hides all the scars of time behind her mask, revealing no further details. Why do you sell your future? To buy things that I otherwise can't afford. For someone ordinary to become a hero, there's a steep price to pay, and it might even hurt those around you. Those words turned into sharp knives and stabbed him in the heart. Mom, I've given your situation some thought over the past few days, but you're no genius, and it's way too difficult for you to learn a skill on your own. You need a teacher. Rachel will put you on her cargo. Rachel will put you on her cargo crew once you turn 13. Like it or not, you need to learn how to keep yourself alive. Time to sleep now. No, I don't want to sleep. What do you mean when you just said you're selling your future? Where are you going? You should sleep now. Without saying another word, she drags a tattered blanket over and puts it over the boy. Wait, you haven't answered my question. You should sleep now. Her lowered voice now sounds menacing. Are you going to stay here tonight? She lets out a non-committal response through her mask, which is then followed by coughs. Did you catch a cold? She shakes her head without saying anything. Oh, shit. Missed that. She lies down on her side next to the boy, then lifting her hand to touch her boy, she starts singing the same gentle lullaby that she always did many, many years ago. Sleep, sleep, my child. For there are fireflies here that'll keep the fireflies here that'll keep her heart alive. Sleep, sleep, my child. May your dreams be as peaceful as the summer night. May your hope forever be by your side. Your worries will drift with the wind, and you rise to the first light. The sun will greet you with gentle smiles and pride. So sleep, sleep. If only when we wake up, frequently. Can you smile at the world warmly? There, the young man wakes up from his memory and sees that he's all alone now. Having been left here by the constructs and the commandant from last night. From the distance, the boy can hear a construct girl singing away as she fixes a toy with the parts she has. Oops, did I wake you up? Ooh, who are you? Did I fall asleep holding this pen? Yep, and good morning. Where are the others? They all left on a mission. My name is Lillian, by the way. You told me about your memory loss, and I'll be taking you to a medical center in Medical Center 09 in a bit. Medical Center 09? Someone from yesterday told me that I should go somewhere with better medical resources to get myself checked up and treated there. But they never said it was Medical Center 09. That's what they're talking about, because that's the only place around here with better medical resources. We'll be on our way when the transport vehicle is here. Have you recalled anything? Do you remember your name? I've recalled a lot of things, except for my name. Seems like you really hated your name, huh? What makes you say so? According to our instructor, you'll tend to have a harder time recalling something if you've tried to shun it before the memory loss. That's probably what's happening to you now, I'm guessing. Why would I try to shun my name, though? Oops, did I say something wrong? No, I'm just feeling a little lost here. But you said you've recalled a lot of things already, right? But they're all from before I was 12, and they all have to do with my family and friends and the picture books and mangas I've read. Why do I remember everything I've read? Anything else? Well, they're nothing worth mentioning. But they're just some bad things you've done. Unfortunately, no. Just memories of some situation we couldn't work our way around. Dreams I couldn't make happen. A nice aunt who would occasionally come to my rescue. My mom who basically told me and never told me anything. Boy, those are lame with a capital L. I swear you'd be some guy if you were in a game. I guess you're right. Say, do you think an ordinary person might just someday find himself on the wrong side of justice? If anything, an ordinary person is the exact type that would fall on the wrong side of justice, since they've got nothing that would help them land on the right side of it. For someone ordinary to become a hero, there's a steep price to pay, and it might even hurt those around you. The boy once again recalls his mother's words. The boy died in what little he still has of his memory. Yet here it is, alive and well in this body he doesn't recognize. What price did he have to pay exactly for this miracle to have happened? The transport vehicle is here. They left her weapon here for you. Let's get going. With the toy only half fixed, Lillian stands up from the desk. And it's only now that the young man sees that the toy is a firefly put together with parts. Wait a second. Where do you get that thing you're holding? Are you talking about this firefly toy? I found this out here when it came. Can I have a look? It feels like I've seen it before. With a worried look on her face, Lillian holds the damaged firefly toy over the young man. This toy is put together with gears and used light bulbs. Here, you just need to give its head a little twist and the wings will flap away. The body of the toy, however, is now twisted at such a weird angle that it seems as though it's been hit by something. What's this? Scars are part of one's memory. And with it, an excruciating pain spreads out from his chest with an inexplicable malice. It's the same kind of pain that hit him when he first woke up. Ooh, Von Nugget. Nugget. So it's Nugget, huh? It's the same kind of pain that hit him when he first woke up. Of course it's Nugget. Some things are just meant to be. Ooh, combat stage. Let's go. Realizing that none of this is purely coincidental, the young man spends a good 10 minutes trying to find out if Lillian saw anyone when she picked up the toy. Look, I've said this already. It was just out there, and I thought it belonged to one of the kids around. I was going to fix it and just leave it here, but you can totally have it if you think it's yours. But for what it's worth, don't you think you're a little too old for a toy like this? I don't know. It's probably just something that guy kept around, as a reminder of my dreams as a child. Unable to get to the bottom of his question, the young man resorts to writing down a message on the piece of paper he got the night before. The driver in the transport vehicle is out there, honking impatiently by the time he finishes folding up the paper, and leaves it with one of the constructs guarding the base. At least I'm making headway here, he tells himself. And it's true that he's made headway. But just exactly who's that person he can't remember the face of? Ooh, Nugget. You silly, silly man. And who's that boy that pops up in his mind with a melody? Where are his mother and Rachel now? Could they just be waiting for me somewhere else as I wander across the world, a lost soul? No, I can't stop just yet. I'll never be able to get to the bottom of these if I don't get my memory back. Calming himself down, the young man shifts his focus back to the conversation the constructs are having. Where is the chief commandant? Grey Raven left in the middle of the night because they got a bit of a situation going on. What happened? Not sure, but apparently some of the guys guarding the place defected, and God only knows where they went. All these disasters over the past few months and are pretty disconcerting. Say, do you think they're hanging out with Ascendants now? Ascendants? No way. Oh, yes way. Who wouldn't want to be immune to the virus, right? I mean, not everyone can be, but better giving it a try than waiting around. Come on, you're talking out of your ass. I'm not, see? People have been talking about this. They're thinking there's no end to all this fighting, so they'd rather keep their options open. For example, by joining the ranks of the Ascendants and see if they get lucky. And that's why bugging out. And that's why the higher-ups decided to send the Purifying Force out, right? I'm not. See, people have been talking about glitching. Man, best we drop this topic now and do whatever we're supposed to do. Their sighs fade into a lasting silence that shrouds the car. So one of them decides he's had enough and starts talking about Lillian, who sits in the corner. What's with the long face, Lillian? I lost touch with Talbot from the squad, and I haven't been able to get a hold of him yet. What? You should have brought this up earlier. Well, he's still on the line until just now. You gotta keep an eye out for the guy. He kind of lost it after what happened to Anna, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if he decides to defect somewhere down the road. A few moments later, the transport vehicle stops at a fork. All the constructs get off. The young man and Lillian head towards the medical center 09 together as they chat about what's been happening lately, until her device starts ringing. Lillian, are you in the med zone now? Tell me. Help! Help! I'm almost there. What's going on? I'm surrounded by a bunch of corrupted. I need help. Wait, I thought you were supposed to be there to help people. Shut up, Blush. Blush? Help! Blush is calling for help. This thing is a cub based on a weirdo, which is why I call it Blush. I mean, it's lost its color so much that you can't really tell you what it... Wait, why am I telling you all of you this? Why am I telling you all this now? I just sent our coordinates your way. Just come and help us now. Please. Hey, John. The young man almost chokes when Lillian calls him that, but still manages to keep a straight face. You heard it all. Let's go and help. Right, thank you. Let's go. You should be not far ahead. I gotta finish up here and hurry to the rescue.
I'm okay.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
I can use these two weapons. Is this a muscle memory? Does that mean that I used to fight like this? Where are we going now? Thank you. We have more injured incoming. I know. Leave it to me. How could this be? Only one survived? The others are... Ah! Lillian, what's wrong? I've got to help her. Can you handle here? No problem. Go.
I'm okay. This is the best match. I'm okay. More spring will be bred from winter.
Nope. It seems like a piece of memory buried deep inside his body. He's no stranger to the structurally unconventional rev blade and the relatively simple stiletto. The clouded street, the planking of metal, and the gunpowder that shoots straight up the nose. This is it. I remember everything now. I fought a whole lot. I was part of the cargo crew. I was the captain of crew 08. When it comes to ACA, people think about all the different classes on the cars of Aston. The class that occupies the greatest area isn't the upper level, to which the noble carriage, the functional car, and the guest car belong, but rather the lower levels, to which the cargo carriage, the commoner carriage, and the industrial carriage belong. The commoner carriage is a congregation of regular people with skills. They make up the logistics crew, maintenance crew, cargo crew, and the bumblebee. Something unique to the ACA. For the bumblebee saw an expansion in its number of members, the majority living on the lower level of Aslan belong to the cargo crew. Because of the punishing virus, however, machines are no longer omnipotent, and the streets are now abound with corrupted robbers and ruins. To keep the circulation of items and mail alive, and to help resume trading on the world on the verge of destruction, ACA formed a logistics network with the cargo crew, along with sheer hard work and some homespun transport vehicles. They recycle resources produced on them by the reservation area, bases, and some rebuilt factories. and occasionally either sell them to other places or have Bumblebee process them again and then sell the final products. To many bases, the cargo crew is a sign of hope, because they come with much needed supplies and take away with them what isn't needed. They help homeless merchants keep their heads above water, and many times they've come to the rescue when people are in dire situations. Most importantly, they brought a ridiculous amount of wealth to the aristocrats living on the upper level. The job is dangerous, and one might often face either robbers or the corrupted, and that's why they might lose their goods or their life. Still, the job was a dream job to many homeless scavengers, until what happened back then, that is. Something doesn't seem right, and it rolls around in his mind like a glass ball. At some point, people stop seeing the job as a dream job, but as a symbol of slavery and sucking up, rather. What happened back then? That's why Rachel said she was going to strike the aristocrats with a revolution for those living on the lower level. Did she manage to pull it off, though? The boy tries to recall what happened, only to realize that his memory takes him no further. Ooh, Pandora box. The three rush towards Medical Center 09 with only survivor. What happened? Who's this? I came across a squad that's been assaulted, and most of them were dead by the time I got there. Everything noise here, some of the refugees gather around. Let me help. I appreciate your sense of humor, but you should probably just stay out of this. Out of the way, she was a technician in the reservation area before coming to the med zone. And she was 100 times better than you, Talbot. Ugh. Boy. I'm not sure if I'm not even half as good. Let's just get to work already. How's she doing? Is there anything wrong with her mind? She's got damage all over her body. Some of them seem old, and I'm still working on figuring out the others. Right, let me take care of this part. You can handle the rest of it. Okay. Lillian turns around and pulls over a medical cart and begins working away with this technician who hasn't made her name known. What's with that face? Didn't think this place would be so different, eh? I sure never saw this coming. Look at all these new faces we have. We're definitely bigger, but more organized as a group now. A lot of them came out when the train collapsed. We decided to assign them all to different bases because God only knew how long it would take for the train to work again. The train. Talbot fell silent at the mention of the train. It all happened out of the blue. We ended up with a whole bunch of injured people while short on supplies. It was a total mess. Most of the humans have recovered already and are sharing the workload. The whole situation hasn't really gotten better since. But we've been coping just fine by helping each other out. What are you all doing here, by the way? It's our turn to guard the place. Oh, where's that guy that came with you? Talbot looks over at the young man, who's now talking with one of the medics in the med zone. Busy changing wound dressings for a little boy, the man doesn't notice what people are saying about him. Is he your new captain or just a new member? Doesn't seem like he's having any trouble hanging out with humans. I don't know who he is. I only just met him on our way here. Lillian said he doesn't even remember his own name because of memory loss. Thought you guys finally found someone to be your new captain. The higher-ups ain't got no time to make us a new team now. They just gotta do with whoever they can find. Saying no more, Talbot keeps himself busy wiping his weapon. Totes feel ya. I mean, it's been a while since the incident at Puella Forest Park ruins, and the higher-ups are still having a hard time dealing with things efficiently. Oh, okay. So, Nolan's chapter does take after... Oh, that's actually... Okay. So, Nolan's chapter does happen after the whole... After surviving Lucium. Okay, cool. Good to know. Good to know in the timeline. Right, and that's because they've taken in way too many refugees, and putting them all back on track hasn't exactly been easy. Things are getting better though. Traffic between the sky and the ground has resumed partially, and we've seen supplies and weapons replenished. Alrighty, done with basic checkups and treatment here. Her mind is still a mess, and it's a miracle that she's conscious at all. What's her name? Oh, this motherfucker. Oh, this guy. I've seen you. I've seen you before. Which squad were you on before? A squad, they're all... Unable to even string her words into a proper sentence, the girl starts crying. Let's save that question for later. Her mind isn't exactly stable yet. We don't have a comment on here. Let's leave her to rest for now. Next person in line? Coming. The young man puts down his medical instrument he was just holding, then walks up towards the medical table and sits down beside the girl. Man, all these people with unstable mind these days. Dude, just try to imagine the damage seeing your teammates cut into pieces can do to your mind. Boy, I'm damn sure we're going to end up with just a few more defectors if things keep up the way they do. We have no updates on the Omega weapon so far, and I don't see why we need to keep being hopeful about it. Are you saying that defecting is any better? Where are we supposed to go? Where is even safe even? Oh, okay. My bad. So it isn't after surviving Lucium. It's in between. Okay. So this is in between surviving Lucium and and Roland's patch. In the event at Puella Forest Park ruins. Huh. Okay. So I'm guessing this is before Liv got the Imperial frame. We turn to Ascendance, of course. Oh, come on. Come on, what? The Parliament has already taken in a Transcendence like Kamu. Things would be a lot easier if someone could just become an Ascendant and rein them in corrupted. I know what you mean, but none of those defectors came back here to help us. What if it's because they couldn't? Intel says only a handful of them passed that filtering, right? But those that did could have come back here to help us, right? Ascendants can only be your enemies. That's just how you see it, though. If I were an Ascendant, I'd have the freedom to use it however I pleased. I know we aren't out of harm's way yet. We probably don't have a second choice, but I'm willing to take whatever comes my way, so long as I can do something to fix this disaster. Why do you sound like you already have a plan? I knew it. Come on, just drop that already. The only thing you'd become is a corrupted. If you go, we have no choice but to get rid of you. What if I don't become a corrupted, though? What makes you think you'd be one of the few lucky ones, kid? I have no idea what these Ascendants you're talking about are capable of, but punishing has been around for years already, and we have seen a savior by now already if that idea were meant to work. You need to take it slowly, son. That's just how things work. You think you know me? Talbot throws a punch at the wall, drawing people's attention. Then silence ensues. Take it slow, huh? Somebody dies with every second that passes, and you're telling me to take it slow? Come on, Talbot. What has taken it slow done for us? What have we stopped? Corrupted did drop in number, but now we now have hetero creatures in the Red Tide to deal with. There's no end to getting rid of punishing. People are dying and we can't do a damn thing about it. Talbot, Master, she died. Master died. Had I known the train was going to collapse, I would have done everything I could to stop Anna and the elite squad from escorting the Forsaken. But I didn't. I failed at protecting her. Wait, what train? Talbot, enough with the nonsense. I could have sent you down to the Purifying Force for saying all that you just said. And the old man didn't mean ill. He was right. We'd have seen a savior already if being gifted is the only thing you need to pass the filtering. Being an Ascendant isn't the only way out. There's only so much that a Transcendent can do. We need to figure out a different way to save more people. Now, apologize to the man and empty your mind of that childish thought at once. If this ever happens again, I'll have no choice but to call the purifying force on you. Why, you little... I'm sorry. Saying not another word, Talbot walks away with all eyes on him. Hey, Talbot! Lillian rushes up after Talbot. Where are you going? The man was about to go after them when the technician holds him back down. Nuh-uh, we aren't done with your checkups yet. Let's go. Already on it. Talbot? Don't be sad. They've been going on and on about these days and haven't worked out a single plan. It's the same old thing as it was years ago. They show you an incentive you can't possibly refuse and make us believe that everyone will get a cut of it if we all work a bit, while they're in fact just sending us straight into the slaughterhouse. That sounds like a Ponzi scheme. You're talking about blessing boxes, right? Blessing boxes? Mind you, that thing is more than a Ponzi scheme. That is gambling, and it can really eat you and your family up whole. The aristocrats make them sell those things, right? I heard that's Ashlar's idea. And how does that have anything to do with all these ascendants they were talking about? Nothing, but they're the same in principle. They can both eat you up. The lucky ones become the aristocrat's dog, and the other 99,000 all get eaten up whole. The aristocrats? Constructs don't need to leave it to the hand of luck to draw tickets, at least. Yeah, and that's because they need to do that at the cost of possibly losing their lives. Do we stand a chance to win then? Not if things don't change. I just like how things were back then, right? They all just fought and died, period. Train, right. I remember it now. Listening to the people's discussion, the young man closes his eyes as memories flood over him. The blessing box. It is one of those things that caused the lower level to rot. I probably heard about the blessing box for the first time before I was 9. But when was it exactly? It's been so long. I can't remember it now. Back then, conflicts between the upper and lower levels were mostly personal. The lower level wasn't as crowded, and the guards from the upper level were pretty well-mannered. Mom said ACA has been on the verge of chaos, but they never truly crossed the line. This is your workspace for today. Everything is in there and organized. You'll all be paid for the amount of work you do. Thank you all so much. The guard walks into the cargo car with a dozen selected ones, and there they see piles of goods and some recycled paper boxes. Alright, blessing boxes again. Gotta love easy jobs like this. Right, since this job is relatively easy and the pay is calculated based on how much work you do, boss wanted us to get a few more kids with too much time on their hands to do these for extra earnings. Of course, and we'd be happy to bring some old hands here too. They don't have another source of income other than those easy tasks from the logistics crew anyway. Copy that. Sounds like a plan. Actually, I'll tell boss about that. With a nod, the guard turns around and leaves. Do we only need to stuff the things from the bigger box into these blessing boxes? Yes, you just need to fold up these recycled boxes. Wipe off any filthy traces on them, stuff the things from the chest into the boxes, and then seal them up. And keep in mind that you're only supposed to stuff one of each item into a single box. Right, thank you. Didn't think I'd see a kid his this age here. We're totally fine with it. This job is easy enough, and wouldn't hurt to have some extra earnings. With a paper box in his hands, the boy looks into a bigger box with all sorts of things. The bigger box holds a lot of simple parts, loose medications, and old everyday products. Those things are as good as useless, but other than that, there is a deck of shiny cards sitting neatly in a metal box with a tantalizing shine. Sir, what are these cards? They're blessing cards. Blessing cards? Yes, there's only so many of them, and you need to be really lucky to have one of them in a blessing box you buy. And if you do get one in the loot box you buy, in the lot, loot box, you get to board the train with a card and live with everyone. Why did you need a blessing card to live with everyone, though? Son, consider yourself lucky for being a native on the train. You have no idea what's going on out there. But I do. Mom told me about what's going on out there, but I still don't know why you need a blessing card to board the train. Because we only have so many seats on the train, and we need tickets to board. Have you ever heard about these tickets? He nods earnestly. There aren't many livable places out there. See, if you go to places like refugee bases, med zones, or reservation areas, you see that they only take in skilled workers that are young enough. And even if they're nice enough to take you in, they won't be able to keep you around for long, because with all sorts of things in short supply, no one wants to keep someone around that can't help with anything. Which is why the safer the place you go to, the more they want to make sure you're really skilled. And you get to stay there if you pass the screening. But the problem is that there are a bunch of people who either failed or have no family members who passed the screening. And it's not necessarily the case that they aren't capable of anything. Wherever they went to was probably just a bad fit for them. It's much too risky for them to travel far away from home for job hunting. And so they went to hop on the train and go somewhere else? Exactly, and the train never stops hiring. You have to pass the screening though, of course. Be it the cargo crew, maintenance crew, logistics crew, or the guards, or the service staff up there, they only want people with the right skills and physical condition. What happens if someone just can't pass a single screening? Then physical work it is then. They're actually short on hands these days. Most physical jobs are one-shot deals, though, which is why people don't keep workers around to meet these odd hoc needs. If someone is lucky enough to get one of the tickets we stuff into one of the boxes, they can hop on board and either go to live somewhere safe without having to go through the screening, or form a nomadic squad with others and do their part to help. And the upper level stands to gain part of the supplies, while the lower level gets a few extra hands that can go and help people around. The older folks and kids would then be able to come and help with making blessing boxes, which makes it possible for everyone to get supplies. I like how that sounds. They're all happy and excited about the future. After that day, with the blessing box gaining traction, the lower level starts growing crowded. They're now seeing an influx of people who fail to pass screenings at other places. Most of the skills they possess do not align with the skills they need to work on the train. To help with these people stay above water, the aristocrats form a bumblebee squad that takes in everyone without a stable job. Bumblebee does all sorts of outsourced work, be rebuilding reservation areas, helping with farming, removing ruins from the road that stand in the cargo crew's way, or working as an ad hoc mercenaries. Most of these people, however, either stay behind in the industrial carriage or head down to all the factories to do simple odd jobs in place of machines that don't work anymore. Things have so far turned out the way everyone had expected them to. Except these simple odd jobs quickly get out of hand. Without a proper screening process that filters out all those who just aren't meant to be here, the Bumblebee now has quite a few members that are less than cooperative. Yo, I got humiliated at the reservation area, was it yesterday? Because of Bumblebee? Damn straight. This guy was helping on the farm with us at our base, and dude was rolling on the ground whining about how tired he was after getting his pay. Ain't no surprise at all. Winter would have never think about buying a blessing box. You know what I'm talking about? You only buy a blessing box if you're too young, in which case you were born having no school to go to. Would you have been able to pick up a skill? Or you're too old, in which case you've spent the prime of your life doing some creative job, performances, or game designing, except these are all things that could have only kept you alive back in peaceful times. I have full respect for all sorts of occupations, and I come across a bunch of these people working different lines of work before going to the reservation area. I'm talking about those who haven't found themselves a job and are still refusing to be scavengers. Dude, it's a miracle that these people haven't caused any big scene at all doing physical work. Totes normal that some of them crack doing it. Did you just say it's normal? Well, logically speaking, yes, but I'm talking about whether they're good fits for the job. See, it's no different than throwing dirt on ACA's reputation. And guess what? The cargo crew is getting dragged through the mud because of all these. When people from reservation areas know we're from ACA now, they just assume we're all a bunch of jerks without bothering to check our affiliation. Gotta put up with that, and we need to give them credit for getting out there to work at all. They're definitely faring a lot better than those good-for-nothings that stay behind in the car and steal people's bread from under the pillow. They're a hopelessly useless bunch, and those bases get some real nerve hiring those bumblebees. The dirty work has to be done, but there aren't dirty work around to be done every single day. Keeping those idle bumblebees around all the time is only more trouble, which is why it makes sense to carry them around and put these hands where they're needed as the train goes. But the upper level is supposed to be responsible for those bumblebees. Losing spaces living down here with all those new people coming. We've never seen any supplies we've earned making blessing boxes. They've got some real nerve asking us to make more. Hearing this, the boy puts down the box he's folding. Let's carry on. We're going to get our wage cut if we don't finish these today. But, Hill, this box. Stop complaining. The higher-ups said there won't be as many tickets to go around after this batch of blessing boxes is all sold, which means you'll be seeing fewer new newcomers in better living conditions then. Yeah, like, we're totes going to buy into that. You think I'm going to deal with all these? Stop fucking treating us like those bumblebee nannies. Stop fucking treating us like those bumblebee nannies. Stop fucking treating us like those bumblebee nannies. Is that... I don't know if that's the right swear, but whatever. The aristocrats always make sure I feel their rage when the logistics crew from the lower level has their plate full and things go south. I'm so friggin' fed up. Maybe you want to tell them aristocrats to stop being so greedy then? Sassing the guard, he turns around and walks into the crowd. What you all looking at? No work, no pay. That's right. This workload is insane though. Dude, what do you have to complain about making boxes? Consider yourself lucky that you're here earning easy money. Or perhaps you want to try living as a mercenary and enjoy staring death in the eye every single day. Stop looking at them. Let's just finish it. Alright. Arguments, hard feelings from work, and pent-up stress. Resentment is quickly brewing up among the people, and the boy can just feel that. Damn, child labor, huh? Child labor who? Child labor who in this economy? The resentment has grown so much by the time the boy has turned 11, sparing not even the dining car in the low level that used to be the safe haven of slackers. To help pacify their own worried souls, the adults gave away half of what little food they have in exchange for homemade alcohol and cigarettes. The kids, on the other hand, have no choice but to eat with the car reeking of alcohol and smoke. Beanless soup again. Beanless soup again. I hate it. What are you holding in your hand? Same thing, but Mom gave me a candy. I want one too. On the verge of tears and sniffling a few times, the girl looks at the boy, and then at another man beside her. Mike? Ain't nothing you can do about it, young lady. His mother is rich with all the dirty moolah she makes, and that candy is just the tip of the iceberg. Yo, easy with that, buddy. Julie ain't doing nothing shady. Ain't doing anything shady. Ain't doing anything shady, huh? Do you even know how much money she gives those guards under the table? Any guess how her son lands himself a place with a bunch of mixed blessing boxes and goes there all the time? What do you mean all the time? I've only been there 3 times over in the past few years. The boy puts the candy before the girl. And this candy is supposed to be my birthday gift. Just take it. Pretty damn sure you got a whole bunch sitting at home. Really? Are you sure you want your niece to think that it's okay to take things from people without thanking them? With the air around them growing tense, the elder man sitting next to him eating starts looking on with a frown. With the air around them growing tense, the elder man sitting next to him eating starts to look on with a frown. Where is Julie, by the way? Is he still not eating with you? Boy, she's got some real nerve leaving you out here on your own. Have you all heard about the deaths this month? Hearing the buzz from the table next over, the elder man drops the topic and turns his gaze away. No, what happened? This girl from carriage L had a cardiac arrest and died from low blood sugar. Low blood sugar? That just means she just died from hunger, no? And these other two were killed by fallen walls when they were at a deserted park helping with reconstruction. Did they pay compensation? They did, but none of them had no family, so the guards took all the money. The other had his money taken away too because he only had a kid. The guard that took the money away promised he'd pay the child. God only knows how much every month. Freaking scumbags. They know they can just do whatever the hell they please because there won't be any legal consequences. I can't help but think that there are perks behind some of these. I mean, they probably want as many people dead as possible so they can get all the money, right? If that scares you, you should just be like them and bring those guards a little something. They won't send you to one of those dangerous hellholes if you're in their good books. Stealing a glance at what the cargo crew is eating next table over, Bumblebee's faces grow menacing. For fuck's sake, why does their food look so nice? Oh, you should have seen what they had when I first got on the train, then. It was much better than this. They told us we'd be getting their kind of food and accommodation when we got on the train. Bunch of lousy liars, I swear I'm gonna strangle every last one of them someday. Excuse me, we aren't even the ones selling those blessing boxes. If you have anything to complain about, just take it to the higher-ups. Like hell I'm gonna believe you didn't profit from it. Guys, please. This is a long one. Rachel looks after most of the living on the lower level, and be it the cargo crew and Bumblebee, no one talks back to her when she talks. She's their hero, leader, and a stable source of resources. She might not always have what you need when you ask her, but come back to her in a few days and she'll have what you need. How exactly she managed to get her hands on things when there isn't even enough to go around? The question has been on the boy's mind for the longest time. Trying to find out how she does it by bringing up the question to her, which she has only said, "I've got extra pay here." You can't just let things be this way forever, Captain. I know, but like I've said before, the higher-ups are going to work with someone else who refused to do these blessing boxes, and that won't help our situation at all. We've tried strikes and protests, but at the end of the day, the aristocrats own this train. We won't get a say as long as they're still alive. What are we supposed to do then? Trust me, guys. We'll put it to an end. We'll put it to an end in no time. Put it all to an end in no time. Everyone here has had their fair share of misfortune. Some have shelled away what little resources they had to buy blessing boxes. Some have sold blessing boxes in exchange for shelter, while others make blessing boxes to cure supplies without having to put themselves in harm's way. Blessing boxes are like giant magnets that, as soon as people come in contact with them, suck people into an abyss from which there is no escape. Beyond the train lies nothing but barren land, and those who dare to venture out will find themselves embarking on a journey of endless roaming, looting, and scavenging. Who will they be able to hold accountable? And what are they supposed to do? Believe it or not, believe. Believe or not to believe it? Believe. That is the question. One to which no one knows the answer, allowing the status quo to prevail until someone or a group of people explodes with a bottled up rage. Deaths of the innocent. Let's go. And so on time goes, and by 2 years pass. By the time the boys turn 13, the commoner carriage has grown so crowded it's unlivable. Bumblebee has taken in so many newcomers over the years that even with all the outsourced work ACA has taken up, they still find work in short supply. The competition for work has never been so fierce, while their wages hit rock bottom again and again. People have grown numb and cruel about all the work-related deaths now, to the point that some of them find it acceptable to poke fun at those who fall ill and are unable to work, labeling them pretentious. Those who haven't lost their heart have tried all sorts of ways to escape this hellhole. Some have managed to join principal crews throughout screenings using their skills or power, while still some pay their way up and secure positions as upper-level guards. The other guards don't think highly of those who pay their way up, yet there is nothing anyone could do with them, so long as they've got the right kind of connection. Other than these lucky ones, those that can't stand how crowded the lower levels have all decided to quit the ACA. Still, there are countless people with nowhere to turn to because they've run out of their resources for blessing boxes. Chop chop and wake up, we're almost there. We don't want them dickheads here to wake y'all up. Oh, Assad. I remember you. Assad likes to describe the guards as dickheads because he thinks their faces look especially punchable with their filter masks on. Assad likes to describe the guards as dickheads because he thinks their faces look especially punchable with their filter masks on. Same deal, we have 10 batches worth of blessing boxes to sell, and each batch has 5,000 boxes. We'll be going through 10 places and we'll call it a day whenever we're done. Wait, 10 batches and 5,000 boxes each? That's 2 times the workload we did last time. That's what the higher-ups said. We'd love to help, but we can't really do anything about it. And what are we getting in exchange for the boxes? Medicine, just like last time. Here, I've pasted an exchange price list on the shipping container. Cut us some slack already. You can't just find people with that much medicine these days. And even if you can, why would they want blessing boxes in return anyways? But we managed to sell all the boxes last time, didn't we? See, you can always find greedy people, and even if they don't have no medicine to give, they could try to asking around to see if people have it, right? Come on, zip it and get to work. Because you're gonna get one of those dickheads coming at you if you don't. Fucking hell. These dickheads you're talking about were nothing but lousy bumblebees that made their way up buying blessing boxes. Those cocky bastards just can't wait to take their revenge now. But what revenge? They're just here to supervise us, and that'd be the politically correct way to put it. Haha. With a cold face, Nino gives Wayland a slap. Ain't funny at all. Ever since a long time ago, the dickheads, which in fact are really guards from the upper level, have been patrolling the lower level. They maintain that they do so to ensure work efficiency, except the guards weren't as mean as back then. The guards would come to check the items sold and recycled, but over the past few years they'd suppress people who try to complain with violence, leading to conflict on a regular basis. Rachel, however, hasn't done much to remedy the situation. She'd always say, "We really want to be more discreet going forward since the guys up there know we're up to something. Meeting them head on won't do us any good. But you gotta do something about it. People are pissed with a capital P. Do you see that look on those bastards' faces when they come every day? And don't even get me started on how they mess with the rule." People were supposed to get paid for the amount of work they did. And that's the way things were, but then came dickheads with their paid by assigned quota rule, and bam, it's either you meet your assigned quota or you go home empty-handed to mama. Now, we all need to go home empty-handed if there's so much as one of us that fails to meet their quota. And environment-wise, this place is pretty much looks like a hellhole now. It's all as what Assad says. Every morning, they'd see a bunch of dickheads come down with weapons that pick a few dozen people to work in the industrial carriage. Their compensation, 2 meals and a food voucher for 12 consecutive hours of work, is meager at best. But given the safe nature of the job, people would still kill for it. Once picked, you'll be heading down to the industrial carriage with 50 or so people under the dickhead's supervision. Well, you'll find piles and piles of materials and parts waiting for you. To speed things up, the workers are each fed a single cup of instant energy soup twice a day for 2 meals when they're promised. And if they need to take care of their business, there's a squat toilet and rainwater purifier in the corner, literally just 2 steps away. The air reeks of excrement. With nothing covering the squat toilet. The rainwater purifier, on the other hand, gets hiccups all the time, to the point that the boy has seen people die from consuming water with an overly high level of punishing virus. Nonetheless, people still work non-stop for 12 hours in this car, reeking of sweat and excrement, all for that one single food voucher at the end of the grind. More often than not, however, they get IOUs from the logistics crew when they try to get food with the vouchers. If you slack for even just a split second, one of the dickheads would start swinging his baton and machine gun at you. Get this, y'all will be going home empty-handed if you fail to turn in before the cargo crew leaves. The workers direct their anger and hate to whoever becomes a liability to the common good due to the exhaustion. The elder and kids were encouraged to partake in making blessing boxes as a way for them to obtain resources, until the aristocrats twisted all around against the workers. This whole policy is meant to be friendly to all. You need to leave the door open for those in need, right? This, we're all heroes or we're all zeros rule is totally against what you just said though. That's what the higher-ups said. Don't hate me. I ain't got nothing I could do about it because I'm just doing what I'm told. Appreciate your understanding. The upper level is still hiring guards, though. If your whole situation is grinding you the wrong way, consider giving that a shot and make a change. If you just ain't good enough, then you should probably work harder rather than hate on people better than you. Anything is possible if you put in the hard work. Believe in yourself. Think of ways to help you succeed, because excuses ain't gonna help you get nowhere. C'est la vie. C'est la vie, people. But life can't always go your way. You win some and you lose some. Where there is pain, there is gain. And roaches and food might just be your most valuable life coaches. The guards now resort to showering the workers with pep talks when the workers feel anything less than satisfied. Some have given their all on the train, and in the face of absurdity, they now pin their hate on the cargo crew members who lauded the blessing boxes to the skies. Man, I just want to say, damn, those guards are dicks, man. I guess that nickname Dickhead really does fit them. Want to go from 0 to hero in a single shot? ACA wants you. Hell, why would I want to work my butt off for screening when I could just luck out and get a ticket? The workers get hated on when the cargo crew members have what little chance they have taken away from them. You think I had a choice? They told me to either do it or get lost, but where can I go exactly when I have a little brother to take care of? A volcano threatening to explode at any moment is what you end up with when you put a whole bunch of exasperated people together. You really need to look past their anger and try to understand them. Not everyone can control themselves emotionally. People have directed their hate at many different things, but things haven't changed for the better because these people are under the constraint of all sorts of factors. Free to go anywhere you want, folks. Ain't nobody asking you to stay here. But where can they go when this is their only home? Chaotic and broken as it is, the world has turned too many into souls without a home. I hate their guts. I've lost count how many times I went, alright, Roger that, and just wanted to rage quit. See, it always hits me when I start packing, there's nothing I can do than to be a cargo crew member. I ain't got no copolymer adaptability, and I can't get turned into a construct. Where the hell can I even go? Angry, panicky, and anxious as they may be, these people can't do anything about the plight they're caught up in. They want to know what changes they can bring, and they want to know what weapons they can hold to fight for their cause. Except all their attempts, big or small, have come to no avail. Barely keeping their heads above water as they are, these people hate the upper level and just about everything else. But above all, they hate themselves for not being able to do anything to help themselves. The boy is no exception. Your Rachel nipped his hate in the bud right before it had a chance to take root. No. Don't hate them. ACA's hierarchy and all the rules and the punishing virus are what's wrong. These people aren't to blame. Times like this call for unity. We just need to shatter these. Alright, folks. We're at the end of the tunnel. Let's give Rachel some more time. Let's put all the blessing boxes away into the bigger box. People fall silent as they make their way out of the small cage. They take turns wiping their faces with stinking towels and look for clothes they've left strewn all around the place. I got your t-shirt fixed. Thank you, Hell. The boy picks up his t-shirt and from the lady's hand, which is missing the middle finger and ring finger. Helps her sit back down in her seat. No, I should thank you instead. We all would have been in trouble if you hadn't helped us make all the boxes before. Looking at her hands, Hill lets out a sigh. This is what happened to her when she escaped from the corrupted. It's because of this mishap that she grew sensitive to blood and conflict. I'm old and my days are numbered, but I can totally teach you how it's done if you are. Right when Hill is about to say more, a melody comes out of the car's loudspeakers. For fuck's sake, there we go again. I think they're really enjoying rubbing in our faces. Accompanied by a sound of piano that's playing a piece based on a famous Golden Age classic that now has lyrics. A woman's voice floods people's complaints. Is this Ashlar? How in the world are we supposed to know? Those Leslie aristocrats sound the same. The lower level gets bombarded with music coming out of the loudspeakers like this every now and then. That's the aristocrats from the upper level enjoying a party. According to Assad, and believing that music brings hope and happiness to people, they've decided to share their performances live with the lower level. The boy can hardly imagine anyone feeling happy when they hear music like this, because it never fails to irritate the people on the lower level when they hear it. The upper and lower levels might be connected, and everyone on the train might be listening to the same song at this very moment, but they know just all too well that they'll never be the same. For crying out loud, it's burial again. What exactly are they trying to do? Let's just pretend that one of the aristocrats died. Let's hope that's indeed the case. Hey, what took you so long? Took me some time to fill the higher-ups in on the mission's progress. Putting down the item list in her hand, Rachel turns around to face the angry crowd. Folks, let's sing along, because we're about to send them aristocrats away on a trip they'll never come back from. Rachel sings along the woman on the other side of the loudspeakers, with profanity barely in sync with the music. Rachel's singing starts the fire in people's hearts, filling the car with joyful vibes as they carry on with work and sing along to the hyped-up symphony. There's salvation they speak of, ain't nothing we can fucking dream of. Hang with the aristocrats with some more, and they'll screw you over forever and more. This place ain't no paradise, for aristocrats are fucking parasites. If the cargo crew ever puts on a strike, they'll be all going down whether or not they like. That's right, folks, that's right. They'll all be fucking going down whether or not they like. This song comes from the bottom of our hearts, where anger burns fierce and hot. We shall live we shall live on and on, for tomorrow will bring us the hope we want. We shall live on and on, for tomorrow will be another day when the sun shines on. When the sun shines on. What are you doing? A guard suddenly shows up at the head of the car and swings a punch that lands square in the boy's face. Ouch! Snapping back, the young man realizes that he's still sitting in the medical table in the med zone. On his back, the little boy who just asked him to change wound dressings for him pulls a handful of gray hair off his head. Hey, my mom told me you need to pull off your gray hair before they grow out of control. The little boy hands over the handful of hair. Thanks. I'll be more than happy to. Wait, no, the other hair might look gray, but I can tell you they just forgot what color they used to be, and are not actually gray. Please spare them. Huh? Anyone could tell that this is a joke, but he still sounds serious. But he sounds so serious that the boy decides to let go. Just leave them be, thank you. Sure. Seeing the young boy sit back down, the young man lets out a sigh of relief as he rubs his head, which is still hurting from getting his hair pulled off. I asked him to come over here to wake you up because you were so out of it during the checkup. Are you okay? She waves at the man with a smile on her face. I'm okay. He turns around to the group of refugees that was just talking about blessing boxes. Were they part of the ACA? They were until Aslam joined at a highly dangerous rescue mission and got wiped out entirely. You could see survivors from the train at all the reservation areas, bases, and med zones. By the way, did you finish looking into my mind? Yes, in a nutshell, someone has tampered with your mind. Someone? Yes, and that's what caused your mind to deviate before. It's a miracle that your memory data is totally intact after tampering. As the young man listens to the technician, the very face he cannot recall pops into his mind. Could it be him? And it did some simple treatment on you. It wasn't anything amazing, but it should help you with getting your memory back nonetheless. Thank you. I recalled a few things just now. Boy, that worked wonders. Seems like your mind is stable. I'd say you could use some more treatment, though. I would have done some more on you hadn't the machines and the hiccups in the morning. Weren't you about to go look for someone? Right. We'll be on my way now. Please, don't leave. With an imploring look in the eye, a purple-haired girl he's never seen before grabs a corner of his cloak. With another step forward, he just might knock the girl over. Please, don't leave. Huh? Please, don't leave me alone. But you just got all these people around you here. Not really understanding what's going through the girl's mind and unsure how else to react, the young man looks around and sees people sitting everywhere. No, that one too, because they're kinda... Looking into the young man's eye, the girl has droplets of tears falling from her eyes. As the girl stops, turns into a full-blown cry, she lets go of the man. That's when he sees all the scars on her arms. She buries her head into her arms, body trembling uncontrollably all the while. The young man just can't pretend he isn't seeing this. But what makes her so afraid of these people? Is it because of something that happened to her, or is it because she just lost her friends and doesn't want to stay around people she doesn't know? But how am I any different from any of those people? Well, what am I gonna say to Talbot even if I catch up to him now? He's going through the exact same thing. The man sighs quietly. I see. I'll stay then. Really? Thank you so much. What's your name? Lethos. My name is Lethos. Sobbing no more, Lethos says her name quietly. What about you? I don't remember my name. I see. Without another word, Lethos looks down, washed in misery while seeing the young man fade away into the crowd. The unique hustle and bustle in Medical Center 09 just never dies. The construct trying to maintain its broken leg is standing right next to a human glued to his terminal in silence. In the maintenance chamber lies unconscious a severely injured person, with two constructs sitting next to the chamber playing poker. Beyond the hall, a group of people is having a conversation about their experiences. The base there is gone. The constructs guarded the place for 3 days and nights. We all had the medical equipment and people brought out of the place. But the experiment farm in the greenhouse are goners. Where is Bosan? Gone infected and died. She was fighting the hetero creatures alongside constructs. Didn't even have time to change into a new protective suit when her old one was damaged. And her little boyfriend is 2 years younger than her. He killed himself after everyone was brought out of the place. Boy, he didn't have to do that though. Pretty sure he would have just been fine on his own. No way he would have. Just how do you think he would have? He would have died no matter where he ended up. And Bosamam's death was just his last straw. That's exactly what happened with the headquarters we stayed at. We were just going there to recycle the resources and vegetable seeds for hydroponics, but 2 of us were dead and now 1 lost an arm on our way. I didn't really feel a thing seeing all the reports with the fatalities before, until I saw these dead people with my own eyes. Man, the blood and the vital fluid really got on my nose. What exactly can we even do now? We were all hyped up about constructs and seeing how well they fight. But there ain't nothing they can do now. Those monsters just keep coming, and there's no end to killing them. I guess it just has to be like what they always said. We can only put an end to it when we get someone that can control these monsters. Word. I would totally try kicking those monsters' asses if I were adaptable. Pretty sure that would be a lot more helpful than staying here. Fixing all these buildings that are going to be knocked down again in no time. Saving these people that are going to die soon. Killing all these monsters that are just going to keep popping up. What exactly is their point anyways? We're no robots. This is just exactly how anyone in their right mind keep doing these without breaking down. I got curious and spoke with Construct on guard duty when I saw him crying behind some trees the other day. And he told me he just killed one of his teammates. Why though? Because he defected and come back corrupted. There's nothing we can do about any of these. If anything, an ordinary person is exactly the type that would fall on the wrong side of justice, since they got nothing that would help them land on the right side of it. Nah, I still don't think we should count on the Ascendants. Never want to put all of your eggs in the same basket, just in case. This reminds me of this woman called Rachel. She was the cargo crew's leader, and people would go to her when they were sick or needed anything. It got to a point when she simply couldn't take care of all of them though. Still, we thought she was going to lead us all on a revolution in no time. Except, it just never happened. Because you see, she isn't around anymore. You mean she's dead? Yes. And she didn't die because the revolution failed, she died getting double-crossed. That fucking little bastard did it. His old man was one of the aristocrats and his mom Julie did some tricks with the numbers on the financial reports and protected and pocketed all the resources. Rachel took in that little bastard despite all that. Guess that's what they say. No good deed goes unpunished, huh? God only knows how much stuff that little bastard had pocketed over the years. But I'm pretty damn sure he learned all the tricks from his mom. And he's even got the nerve to pin it all down on Rachel. I don't even know what his name is. I wouldn't bother. He died when they threw him off the train. I remember hearing Rachel call him by his name. I think it was No. At the mention of the name, pieces of memory pops into his mind, and force their way into where they're supposed to be in his mind. No, I hope you grow up and survive the apocalypse. I hope you get to become who you want to be. Shh, no, be good. No, and stop looking at them. Let's just finish it. Yo. Hey, yo. Known with the Glock? Known with the Glock? This kid is the... This is the kid that fired the shot just now? Boy, he's got guts. It's just like what Ashlar said. This kid would do anything just to save his own little ass. We're done here. Let me take him and leave. Known, what in God's name have you done? He's a traitor. He's the one who should have run over by the train. The world as he sees it is coming apart. Seems like you really hated your name, huh? At the same time, the sounds of voices are growing unbearably chaotic. People only throw their names away when they want to forget about their past. Are you one of those people? Someone seems to be shouting. Mine severely... I see how it is now. Where is he from? This is out of blue. Forgot my name because... I'm sorry, but... I hate... He doesn't stop. No. Put him to sleep. I trust you. Damn, bro. Damn, this is really taking a toll on my voice, bro. Incomplete confession. Snow is coming down hard that day, as he remembers it. Disconnected by the fires of war, the train has come to a stop and falls silent in the snow. He has stains of Rachel's blood on his hand. They're lukewarm at best, yet he's feeling a burning sensation coming from them. Rachel, Capt. The sounds of people's footsteps coming from below hit him like thunders. Why? Like a ghost looming ever closer upon him, the clouds in the skies are growing thicker and darker by the second. He's killed his mentor, and no amount of regret can undo what's happened. The only thing he can feel now is throbs coming from his heart that remind him of what he's done. All that he's held dearly and hated so much, and all that train once was and would have been, will no longer be. Why did I do that? With the world growing dark, shards of memories rain down like broken glass. Why, Captain? When did all this happen? Tell me, please. Why? He was 12 then, and an autumn had just come. Her icy cold face is a sharp contrast against the hot air around her. Noah's mother is sitting in her workspace and staring at the people around her through her inscrutable mask. We've got an issue in order to look into the issue with the financial reports and resources. Who are you people? I'm one of Sir Aston's personal guards, and this is my ID. The man who knows whose face can't be made out calls up the document from his terminal. We'll have to do this forcibly if you refuse to cooperate. Noah's mother falls silent looking at the document, but moments later she stands up from the old wooden chair. Fine, I'll go with you. Mom? Stay here, I'll be right back. Little does he know that this is an empty promise. When the boy still hasn't seen his mother back home the next day, he starts going around asking people where she went. Her mom, she got busted doing little tricks with financial reports or pocketing resources. Huh. What's so funny about that? Get this, because she had it coming. Dude, stop. Kid knows nothing. Well, he brought it up himself. I always found her fishy. It's not like I have evidence or anything, but given the nature of the position, I'm sure as hell she was up to something. Oh, unless we forget she's his wife, right? No. Ed, where is she? Boy, ain't nothing I can say now. People are all saying they found evidence against her. We just don't know who she's been working for. I put my money on Ashlar. Julie is one of them to begin with, and she even married one of them aristocrats. Sucks that her husband died before they even got to enjoy themselves, though. With the lower level being the way it is now, it only makes sense that she'd do anything to join the ranks again. Ed, do you know where she is? Can I go to see her? With Ed's instructions, known wanders around. Before he finally arrives at the middle section of Aslan. People call this section the cargo car before it got piles of items sitting around. That's when Nolan sees his mother sitting in a small storage space that's faintly lit. Surrounded by some guards, she looks worn out. Mom? Julie raises her head slowly when she hears Nolan calling her name. What happened? Is everything they said about what you've done true? Do you trust me? I do, of course. She lets out a faint smile from behind her mask. That's all I'm asking. What does that mean? Mom? Why? Why do you never tell me anything? Frustrated and unable to stand the wall of silence that stands between them, no one fires this question at the inscrutable mask. Those people were all laughing when they found out you've been arrested, Mom. And that's how they always been. They all say all sorts of mean things about you whenever they saw me. You know what they said? When he opens his mouth, however, none of what he's heard comes out. He only manages to squeeze out toned-down versions of what they said. You always say they have to trust and try to help out one another, Mom, but look at them. What exactly have you done? Why are they being like this to you? Don't cry, Mom. But I'm not. Right, you need to hold your tears. Tears are useless. Tears help no one. Why are you here? Is everything they said about you true? Yeah. Do you really do those things? Yeah. Why? It's all for a better tomorrow. I don't understand. fine because you will in time. It's true that I've crossed the line, but what if what I did brings out about a better tomorrow for the people, I gladly do it again and pay the price. The only concern would be you. No, do you still trust me? I want to. Great, that's enough, because I care about you more than I do anyone else. Do you really care about me? Of course. Why did you do all that then? Why do you never eat around me? Why do you never take off your mask? You always criticize my hobbies when you don't even understand the books I read. When they called you a monster or witch, I had no idea how to hit them with a comeback because I don't even know what you look like. Mom, do you really care about me? Or am I just a burden to you? Have you always felt that way? Yes. Why did you never tell me? I did, but you never listened. When are you coming back, Mom? I'm sorry. This is the first time no one hears his mother apologize. For a second, he thought he heard it wrong. Why are you apologizing? He knows only too well that his mother isn't going to give in. Just because, no. She says his name in a trembling tone. There is just something I want to tell you before it's too late. He knows his eyes on her. Julie slowly removes her mask. Damn. God damn. She has a lot of scar, don't she? Her face is full of scars, and her eyes appear soulless. Telltale signs of what years of hard work and struggle have done to her. All the more bizarre are her hands, which are blue-purple, a sharp contrast against her overly white nails. Do you still recognize me? Mom, this is his answer to your question, because he does recognize his mother. There's no way he wouldn't recognize this face that's so indefinitely similar to his. Are you scared? No, I'm not. I just want to know what happened. I don't have time to tell you that, but I just hope that you live on knowing the facts and knowing what I truly think of you. These scars and the situation I'm caught up in are what I got from the mistakes I made, and the way I've always been treating you is one of them. I always treat people nicely in my own way, thinking that they'll eventually come to see things my way. Which is why I've put on this mask and left you at home by yourself, because I didn't want those people out there to hurt you, but I guess what I did only ended up hurting you. Every time I rip your paintings apart or see you get into fights with them, I just can't stop picturing what life would have been like for you if you were born into a family that fared better. I'm sure you'd have been able to grow up a normal kid, not having to worry about your next meal. And you've been able to draw anything you liked. It always kills me to think I was the one bringing you to this hellhole, but I've never for a second regretted keeping you right by my side. No, you're a strong and wonderful kid. Which is why I think you probably understand why I got in your way of pursuing your hobby. You'd have ended up being all delusional and lost in this world if I didn't. Mom, I mean, I guess I could have been nicer about it, but it was never easy trying to convince you. But like mother, like son, I suppose. Her eyes are brimming with regret, as though they're trying to say that standing by what you believe in is a personal shortcoming she was never able to overcome. I know exactly what those people have been saying about it, but I always tell myself to just look the other way. And I thought you'd be able to do the same. But how could I? Well, I guess that's just something you'll have to learn how to do from now on. I know that they've been calling you a monster now, but a monster doesn't have to be horrifying or doomed. You might not be able to get rid of that label, but still, I hope you grow up to be just like Shrek and live happily ever after. Have you read those books? I was crazy about them as a kid. Guess I should have told you sooner, yeah? Better late than never. Except it's too late now. Why do you say that? Why? I guess it's because it finally hit me that there's only so much I can do, and that I'm just gonna keep blundering the harder I try to right the wrongs I cause. And there's just too many things that we can't fix anymore, given how far we've already come. Oh, please. I've stored all the resources in a box that I left under the bed at home. I've taped the key into the interior layer of one of the drawers in my desk office. They won't last you for long, though, so we need to use them wisely until Rachel comes back. What about you? I'm going to have to stay here. Because of what you did? Do you know what I did was... Do you think what I did was wrong? The boy nods his head heavily. Right. Let's apologize to people, Mom. We can start over after that. I've lost my chance to. I wasn't able to become the person I wanted to be. The only thing I've ever done is compromise with my pathetic self so I could look away from all the things I couldn't accomplish. I thought that would help, but I guess it was just wishful thinking. See, a single blunder is all that it has to take for someone to hit the rock bottom of hell. Q Sera Sera. This is just a fat lie the survivors want you to believe. Seeing the guards coming this way from the distance, she lets out a sigh as she picks up her pace of speaking. Luck, power, courage, knowledge, and wise decisions. These are all things you need to become a survivor, and that's why it's hard to be one. No. I hope you get to grow up and survive the apocalypse. I hope you get to become who you want to be. And if you still think what I did was wrong many, many years from now, then remember to never do what I did, okay? Time's up. You need to go. Julie puts her mask back on her face and waves at Noam. Do you still remember the lullaby? Now the sun is out. It's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, Noam. Goodbye. Dragged away by the guards, the boy finally realizes that this is the moment of farewell. There are so many things that he hasn't cleared up with his mother, and there are so many things that he wants to ask, except he's lost his chance forever. In the last 12 short years of Noam's life, they never once had a heart-to-heart conversation. All the dodging, hiding, and blaming over the years dug a trench so deep in between them that he never once had a chance to see his mother's true colors. Her past, her aspirations, her worries, her longings. Not once was he given a chance to learn about any of these, and it's only now that he finally learns of his mother's love for him for the first time. Why are you only telling me all these now? You never gave us a chance to fix our relationship. No, Mom, I'm not leaving. There are millions of things you haven't told me yet. No. Just go already. It's against the rules to even let you in here in the first place, for God's sake. No! He tries to break free. Just a few more seconds will do, he thinks. Except all the struggling gets him nothing but violence in return. Stay put, damn it. Ugh. I'm sorry. The guards throw Noam back to the commoner carriage unconscious and lock him up. The night after, a cargo crew member shows up to announce Julie's death. The doctor ruled food poisoning to be the cause of her death, maintaining that she consumed expired, rotten food, which is a common cause of death among people living on the lower level. Is that even possible? He stands helplessly among everyone, awash in remorse and guilt. People, however, offer no constructive answers to his questions. Instead, they shower him, this boy who's been a loner that puts up a tough front with cold, piercing looks. Before a despair tears his soul into pieces, the boy once again finds hope in his book storage. With the information the terminal turns up, he slowly teases apart every last detail from that fateful day. Up to 10 hours later, he finally comes across an entry that reads, nitrite poisoning, and a symptom of it is cyanosis, reminding the boy of his mother's purplish fingers before she died. Is that what killed her? The boy can't be sure. Not long after Julie's death, those men have introduced themselves as Aston's personal guards. Share their findings in the case, which unsurprisingly are exactly as people have guessed. They maintain that Julie is working together with some aristocrats and cargo crew members, and that together they pocketed a sizable amount of resources. And that's as far as they went into looking into the case. Because Julie died during her trial, which made it impossible for them to find out where the pocketed resources are. Furthermore, the cargo crew members that had worked with her all went proof, erasing every last hint that might help. All these people pay steep prices, save for the aristocrats that worked with her. The mastermind's name has become an open secret, which however doesn't seem to change a thing every trial. Then a month goes by. The boy did try to be as economical as he could with what little food he had, but he still found himself reaching the end of it just 15 days after his mother left. Having no choice, he decides to leave his wooden bed of a home to seek help. He comes across a few people who, in addition to hating his mother's guts, for having worked with those from the upper level, also despise him for the mere fact that he's her son. Fortunately, however, he also comes across people who are willing to stand with him, having been helped in their honor in their hour of need by his mother. She might have been in the wrong, but I still have her to thank, or else I wouldn't have been here today. Here, take this. It's not a whole lot, but it's as much as I have. Try to get through the day first, son. No, my mom wanted to give this to you for keeping me safe the other day. With all the food he scrapped together, Noah manages to keep his head above water until Rachel comes back to the train from the emergency mission. Not a day has gone by till he forgot the look on Rachel's face that day. Rachel is always collected, but at this very moment she's biting her teeth together and clenching her fists so hard that she doesn't even let go when her nails dig into her hands. Noah was going to ask her what brought his mother to the bitter end she met, but nothing comes out of his mouth. Because he's certain that the pain she's feeling is anything but feigned. Rachel, I'm sorry. I totally have done everything I could to keep Julie safe. If I hadn't had to go on the emergency mission, but it's all too late now. She looks down at her fist with all the horrendous nail marks. You'll be my apprentice starting today. I'll train you and teach you to protect yourself. You have to live on known. And you'll free everyone from this oppression. You'll lay the dead to rest yourself and let them know their sacrifices are not for naught. Rachel holds Noah's shoulders with so much force that he feels on the verge of being crushed. You need to live on known, even if days like this go on for another 4 or 5 decades. Noah nods earnestly to her words, having not fully realized the weight they hold. Yes, I'll stick by your side and free everyone from this oppression, Rachel. I'll be there to see their souls rest in peace at the end of it all. But things don't turn out quite as they expected. We'll be moving up on the roof and train there starting today. We don't have time to wait for your body to catch up anymore. You'll learn how to cope. And you'll have to learn how to cope with fights using techniques. Damn, why am I really like this? Roger that. He hasn't slacked for a single moment. Still, his mother's words have dawned on him. Faster, Noah, faster! Try again! That he is as normal a human being as he can be. He has to do it the same way hundreds of thousands of people do it. Through blood, sweat, and with no shortcut in between. Are you trying to drag us all down, Noah? Julie's dead, and you're gonna starve and die if you stop now. I know. And pick up your pace and be the best version of yourself. Alrighty. I'll be away on a mission with the cargo crew for a month, and you have exactly a month to meet the goal I've set for you. Yes, Captain. Sure you can do it? Of course. The thunders of wind come together to tear down what little was left of his fantasy. The boy breaks down in despair, no longer able to curb the heart. Hold on, I can't see. Heart-wrenching pain he feels within. He hates his hands for being as weak as they are, but he has no idea how to make them stronger. I don't want to drag people down. Before he knows it, the boy has exhausted himself from crying and closes his eyes, trying to preserve what little energy he has. Poor boy. Man, poor Gnome, dude. Poor Gnome, man. I'm sorry, but I've lost my chance. I wasn't able to become the person I wanted to be. The only thing I've ever done is compromise my pathetic self. Mom. Julie once told him that this is what it's like growing up, and that it's every normal person's job to learn to compromise. But just how is he supposed to when his heart burns so fiercely with sadness and regret? The boy doesn't aspire to be better, but he knows that he would give it all to take another step forward to alleviate himself of his pain somehow. Just you all wait and see. I'm not giving up. Oh boy, time to keep going. Aha, look who's back. Coming back to the car, the boy can hear the rain drumming away hard and fast up on the roof. With people's words cutting at his soul, into the crowd he drifts, exuding a gloomy air soaked with rainwater. I don't understand why Rachel is putting him through all this. She could have just asked him to work in his mother's place to make up for whatever she's pocketed. Why would Rachel do that after everything this kid's mother has done, though? I bet she's only helping him because she was friends with the kid's mom. Just stay away from him if you want to stay sane. Kid is a lost cause now. And he got his mom to thank for always leaving him at home alone. Just leave him to Rachel, I say. The boy keeps his head down as he hurries through the crowd. Right, it all happened on that fateful night. No one sees something shivering miserably in a corner on the lower level. He looks about None's age, and he has old scars over both his legs and new wounds on his body. Curling into a ball with books in his arms, he seems like a candlelight on the verge of dying. The guards throwing kicks and punches at the young boy. However, they don't seem to care one bit. The scene is surrounded by people who wouldn't do no better than to help them frown at what they're seeing. It won't be long before that he ends up fatally injured or dead. It's never smart to get tough with the guards, especially now with all those who have made their way up to the upper level and joined the guards' ranks through the back door using blessing boxes. This disorder has brought about frustration and anger, paving the way for all the armed conflicts happening on a daily basis now. The boy was about to ignore the scene and walk away when he sees those hands, shivering, having grown pale from the cold. Ashlam is a frozen abyss, and all in dust, just dying fires trapped in it. And there's nothing we can do here except getting killed slowly by the cold, but just how are these fires supposed to melt the ice in this frozen abyss when cold kills us all? That's right. Death is our only way out. No. ACA has always been a place where hierarchy and power speak louder than words. The law no longer effective. People no longer have to worry about having to pay for violence and misdeeds. One certainly wouldn't describe Julie as being just or gentle. Just saw a few days like this coming when they rejoiced over her death. The cold is going to kill us all. The boy stops in his tracks as he mumbles these words. He knows exactly what's going to happen if he does what he's about to do next, but before he knows it, he's already walking back to the way he came with his weapon in hand. Stop! Stop now, I say! Wow, what do we have here? What you gonna do about it, huh? Don't you see he's handicapped? As if I care. The guard shoots a dirty look at the crutch on his side. Think this is how you get to talk to upper level guards just because Rachel's got all you Karu crews back, huh? Making his identity known again, the guard runs his eye over the crowd. He doesn't seem to really seem ready to punish two kids at once with so many eyes on him. Captain Rachel has nothing to do with this, and she's not even here now. Now I suppose you know that means no one is going to come to your rescue, yeah? The guard was about to grab him by the collar when the weapon in Noah's hand spits fires out of it, sending a bullet that hits the guard's protective mask, leaving a deep cut on it. Apologies. See, I'm not good with guns. I didn't really mean to hit you. You fucking little shit. Want to give it another go, huh? No one shoots and shouts out in his suppressed voice. That was me holding back just now, for your information. But if you want to see how I roll when I don't hold back. Are you out of your mind? You just friggin' fired at an upper level guard. The guard shouts his final warning at the kid, the one who's looking disdainfully back at him. So you find it normal to hurt a handicapped person while I'm out of my mind, trying to stop you from doing that. Well, screw that. All his pent-up frustration turns into razor-sharp daggers with no physical shape that shoot straight into those arrogant eyes. So, are you ready for more? No one knows full well that isn't going to end well, so he's glad to have stood up. Fucking bastard! The guard spits out the words as he lifts his weapon to slash down at his soul. Slash down at this. So he can't really care any less about it. Stop! Someone stops the weapon in its tracks. Turning back, the guard sees a brawny cargo crew member, with a dozen or so people in tow. Sticking your head into people's business again, huh? Haven't you all seen that died these days? Come on, you don't want to go around killing off all them little puppies. Gotta keep them little puppies alive so you can eat them when they're big, no? Ha! For a moment I thought you didn't know the rules of this place. What are you doing? Easy, buddy. I know our situations aren't exactly identical, but you and I are both work the same master, right? And to our master, the only difference between you and I is that they pay you a little more than they pay us. But to them, we're all replaceable now. Shauna takes a step forward. I see you're all alone now, but I saw you having a fight with some of your buddies back there in the other car. Did they just ditch you? It's only with all the eyes upon him now that the guard finally realizes that he's all alone. An upper-level guard is capable of putting rebels through excruciating suffering, and it's only something that can happen when he can make it out of this place in one piece. Even the way things look now, however, it's likely that it's never going to happen. It's exactly as what Shauna has said. The only thing that matters to their master is whether they can carry out their tasks. The soul is lost, the life sacrificed, and all the futures nipped in the bud mean absolutely nothing to them. Their master might punish these people for what happened today in whichever way they find most pleasing. Yet the guard himself is the one that's going to take the sizzling heat that's about to come his way in the next few moments. Ganging up on me, huh? Do y'all know who this kid's dad is? He was part of the Ashlars. The guard looks on with a smirk. That's right, his dad was going to be a guard like me, but he decided to stay here so he can do more business. Caught my drift yet? This kid is a double-crosser and y'all are trying to help him. Gee, see, that didn't cross our mind at all. Apologies, sir. We'll throw this kid off the train right away. Right, you better. The guard leaves as he curses. Nino walks up to the boy when the guard is done and slaps him in the face. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see how everyone is trying to keep a distance from the scene? Are you trying to drag us all down or what? These guards are freaking mad these days. You seen what happened to the people who stood on their way, right? They only killed one person so far this month. But you and that kid behind you would have been dead if we'd shown up 1 second too late. I've seen what happened. That's exactly what I wanted to put an end to. So what if you can bring this one guy to his knees? Think you can knock down all those guys that are gonna come after you? Julie and Rachel didn't raise you to die like this. Come on, you know. We all know that you're about to jump right in if no one had it done before you. Shh. Shush. There's nothing embarrassing about it though. See, I'm pretty fed up myself. But they're always making sure to make you suffer if you try to get in their way. This isn't cool at all. Kid, you're lucky that you didn't get your butt... Kid, you're lucky you didn't get your butt kicked this time. Think you're gonna get this lucky again? That's right. Keep that in mind. Because you can go from hero to zero in one fell swoop. See how scared he is, Known? He might not seem like it, but he just doesn't want to see anything bad to happen. Anything bad to happen to you, kid. Sorry, Nito. For God's sake, I told you to keep it zipped, Sean. And you should be addressing me as Sir or Captain, kid. With a frown, Nino walks off. But that was a true eye-opener just now, kid. I didn't believe it when Rachel told us you took on those guards up there when you were 9. She pats the boy on the shoulder and laughs. I see you're finding it a bit difficult to keep yourself in check without mommy around, huh? Don't sweat it though. Worst that's gonna happen to you is getting a peace of mind from Rachel when she's back, and I'm sure you're ready for that. I'm just ignoring me now. Dude is just a little shy. Anyhow, I gotta go now. The crowd has dispersed. Nona sees a trembling elder lady walking out of a dark corner. It's none other than Hill. No, that was crazy. Are you okay though? She puts her hands adoringly around None's face and checks it over and over. I'm fine, Hill. I'm sorry, my children. Your Aunt Hill was too scared to do anything back there. She lures down to help the handicapped boy stand up. Boy, just look at what they did to his shoulders. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. Turns around and puts on a pained smile at None. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. I'm None. What's your name? It's Field. Again, thank you so much, None. No worries. So, can you still walk? I can, just not too well. I got cut by a gardener robot a while ago. Doctor stitched it up for me, but I still ended up with my leg like this because this is the best they could do. Hill shivers listening to Field's story. Where are your parents? My dad is out with the cargo crew. My mom, she got killed by the gardener robot that hurt me. Don't worry though, my dad will take care of everything when he's back. Are you new here? Yes. Then just listen to me and don't ever mess with those people again. They screwed us all over and we're all fed up with them. They know you're connected to the people that just helped you, but you never know when they'll try to get back at you. Right, thank you. Where's your spot? Let me take you there. Sorry, but my dad hasn't found us a bed yet. I usually just sit right here. I would have asked you to come over if I had any extra space. We could share a stool together though, if you don't mind. It's fine, Hill. I'll show him around. Alright, come back to me if you don't find a suitable spot though. She nods and goes back to her little corner. So where are we going? A secret base? Secret base? Yes, shall we? No one holds his hand out to Field. They've already filled me in on the details. Rachel is back from her mission with a frown on her face. Let me guess, you aren't going to apologize, are you? No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Captain, for everything I've done. But I'm only apologizing because of you, and it's got nothing to do with that guard. Hearing no one's words, Rachel lets out a long sigh. Boy, you seriously remind me of Julie. My mom? Would she do the same? Oh, she would, son. She would. And this only accounts for 20%. Rachel nods her head. I mean, things like this only account for 20%, of why she always rubbed people the wrong way. But she always said, Let me guess, it's either you need to compromise or you need to know how powerless you are, yeah? Exactly. She's right. I want you to promise me right now that you're never gonna get yourself into petty trouble like this ever again. But it wasn't no petty trouble. Field was in no condition to get beaten up like that, and he really could have died if I hadn't butted in. Did you even think about the consequences? Do you really think those guards are just gonna swallow that? No, they aren't. They're just gonna make sure everyone suffers. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna punish you or hold you responsible this time, though, because the guy's a fake. The guy's a what? The train is a big messy pot with all the people who we have on board, and people who just don't have the time to get to know one another. This holds true for the guards too, and it isn't the first time they made find a fake among themselves. You can't really see their faces once they have that protective suit on, which is why some wannabes try to get their hands on the suit. They just want the perks that come with it. That's unheard of. Don't worry, I'll bring this to the aristocrats' attention and ask them to look into it. Are you connected to the aristocrats? Like it or not, the cargo crew has to keep them updated on our missions. It's nothing you need to worry about, though. But get this will not happen again. You'll be as good as dead if you play with fire again and run into a real guard next time. Well, fake that tried to give me a hard time wouldn't have picked on me if you were a real guard, though. Aren't you trying to say that you weren't just playing with fire and what you did was a calculated move? That's exactly what I'm saying, Captain. I wasn't playing with fire. I'm not the same hot-tempered kid I was before. Wait, what? So you're saying you've thought it all through and that you're gonna butt in again if you come across scenes like that? Rachel lets out another sigh. No, let's just get real. Know who you are and learn to compromise. It's all meant to keep yourself safe, as Julie did. But people are just going to die like my mom if I compromise, no? Even if she really did a lot of terrible things, they should have punished her with the law that the royal guards talk about. But no, they just poisoned her and killed her, and we don't even know who did that. Who are we to say they'll spare us when they can get away with killing people and hurting people like Field? Rachel looks up to study None's still somewhat immature face. And that's when it hits her. That's what he did. That what he did was not a temper-driven move. That he knew exactly what he was doing, as he said. I'm sorry, but I guess I should have made myself more clear. I do want you to compromise, but I never asked you to give up altogether. We're no heroes, which is why I need to find a smarter way to cope with these things. I know you're angry, son, but we need to wait for that right moment to strike. Okay. Just give it some more time, Noe. I can assure you that I don't hate those bastards any less than you do. Hey, how'd it go? Is she still going to punish you? No, the guard was a fake. A what? Phil looks unknown in disbelief. Doesn't that happen in the world out there too? Well, this never happened in the reservation area I was at least. I heard they only take in qualified skilled workers, and the screening is super hard too. Yes, those are true. I mean, because the reservation area only has so much space. Phil looks up at the dim light above with those green eyes of his. 3 years ago, someone hurt his fellow applicants because he wanted to pass the screening very badly. When some of the constructs guarding our reservation area caught him, he had sores all over his body from punishing. It was so bad that he probably wouldn't last longer than a few days. Except none of us wanted to take him in because of what he'd done. One of the constructs gave him a serum because he couldn't stand seeing him on the verge of dying. But then he gave the serum back to us the day after and died. Why though? Because a single serum wouldn't change his fate, or so my dad said. Is that what the world out there is like? Yes. The screening is challenging enough that helps uphold the order within the walls, but it's also the very thing that makes it impossible for us to help those in need. Save those in need. Which is why I had my hopes up before I got here. My dad told me that the ACA screening isn't as difficult, which makes it a moving utopia that's immune to the punishing virus and brings supplies and smiles to people in need all over the world. Did you just say your dad called this place a utopia? Yes, but little did he know, eh? What happened to this place, though? Or has it always been like this? Well, this place is no different from the world out there. People just want to live and they do it at the cost of hurting others sometimes. Is that why they treat us the way they do? Yes. People start keeping a distance from Field and treat him differently when they sense his connection to the aristocrats up there. He isn't the healthiest of people. Aside from being handicapped, he keeps on the down low with fevers on a regular basis. To keep Field safe, no one asks him to stay in the book storage as much as possible. They don't sit well with people, and they were meant to help each other survive at their secret spot, where the rest of the train wouldn't see them. People, however, began to have a different take on Noan as a person after his conflict with the guard. It was a day just like any other. A certain woman gallops up towards the boy sitting in his usual dark corner. Hey, what you up to, champ? Care to join us over there for some goodies? Huh? Without giving him a chance to respond either way, she drags the boy straight into the dining space in the commoner carriage. Wow, and here we were just guessing if the kid would turn you down. You got dragged here by yours truly, of course. What can I do for y'all? You're part of a cargo crew, Noan, and our next delivery mission is coming up soon. It makes no sense for you to hang out in the corner on your own. But I don't. But you don't what? Oh, I see. You don't dislike hanging out with us, right? Does what happened with your mom still bother you so much that you'd rather hang out with them geezers than with us? No, it doesn't. I'm still sure it still bothers all of you. For God's sake, son, we aren't stones. People might not have been happy with what Julie had done, but you see, people can change. Especially after seeing how you stood up for that boy and how Rachel stands with you. But none of you guys have ever helped us, except for Rachel. See, I told you this kid is as dense as a brick. How do you know we never helped, though? You've only been living for so long, and if we forgot about Jules' space in your neighborhood for a second, you practically know nothing about this world. Julie was the one that never let him out. She thought the world out there is much too dangerous and might kill him. Too late now. He can go back there all he wants, but that won't stop them from coming after him. You're the only one who gets to decide what you want to do, son. That sounds like a piece of advice you need yourself. Shush. Nino is right, though. Before his mother died, no one barely knew anything about this world. He was so deeply in love with books and busy pursuing his hobbies that while he did pick up on people's attitudes towards them every now and then, he never really understood why they treated him the way they did. Now, with the sale of the blessing boxes getting progressively worse, no one knows that he can't solve anything if he keeps shunning people. Besides, he never liked to be left alone at home anyways. He's still trying to get used to these people's kindness, but he sees no reason to turn them away. Hesitating for a few moments, no one nods his head lightly. No one nods his head lightly. Alright, got it, thanks. I'll try to roll with y'all. Tis the first step to learn what takes towards the pack. Oh wow, that was definitely much easier than I thought. Crazy how we spent so much time trying to figure you out. What do you mean? Haha, we talk about you every day now and then we eat. Who's we? There's Nino, Wayland, well, pretty much all the big names from the cargo crew. Why would you want to talk about me, though? See, you joined us before you even turned 13. And you always hang out with Rachel, and if you add in what happened to Julie, it's only normal that people talk about you, right? Hey, come on, don't... Hey, come on, they didn't badmouth you or anything. It's just that we could really use a few more hands these days. And we didn't think it was right for us to keep seeing you in such a negative light when Captain never goes awry with the people she picks. We thought Cap's only keeping you around because she was good friends with Julie, but what happened the other day was proof enough that you're clearly different from your mother. And we just thought it's high time that we got over it. Proof enough, huh? This guy just wouldn't stop talking about Julie, so we decided, Shona, to drag you out of your little corner to join us. Hey, you talked about her a whole lot too. All I was saying was that he'd find it difficult to hang out with people because he was kept locked up at home for so long. There ain't no kids that love being on their own. If you come across one that seems like it's only because they have to put up with the status quo. Wow, we have ourselves a child expert here. They all burst out laughing at Shona's remark, except for Noan, who seems lost and doesn't know how to react. Hey, what's up? You alright? No, I just didn't really know what I needed to do. Not much, really. You just need to help when people ask you to. And let us know when you need help yourself. Ain't nothing to be embarrassed about it, because helping each other out is how people gradually come to become friends. Oh, that's easy. Of course, there's more to that than meets the eye, though. See, there are all these unsaid rules that you need to play by, and they can really drive you nuts. Ugh. But before you get there, just be who you are when you hang out with us. Shauna gently pats Noan's head. I know this ain't your forte, but rest assured that I'll be there when you need help. We need to stick together the same way we did when you helped Field out, because together we're strong. Right. Nodding his head as he gets ushered, the boy sits down in an awkwardly formal pose. Thank you all. The bigger you get. That's great, Noan. Hearing about what just happened, Field feels genuinely happy for Noan. What are you going on to do, though? I'll just stay here. There are so many books I like here, and I have you coming by like this to tell me about your day, too. Hey, why the long face? I consider myself lucky for being able to stay here to wait for things to get better. I mean, considering what my dad did. You mean Bancroft? This boy has got nothing to do with it, but the man himself has definitely got some issues. Those words punch him so hard in the belly, he felt nauseous, because this is exactly how people described him and his mother not too long ago. I've been looking for arms dealers to work with, but he's always found out about it every time I made a move. Arms dealers, you said? Right, see, the weapons the cargo crew uses are things that the guys up there don't need anymore, or are simply too old. It's a real pain in the butt fighting the corrupted and bandits we come across on our missions with those weapons. Just try to imagine how they fare fighting you guys up there with them. They're just going to keep coming back down here to screw us over if we don't have what it takes to stop them. Isn't that the only way out, though? Our only way out, though? Yes, it is. The royal family is nothing but an MP shell, as it is, and the aristocrats that are still around have all sided with Ashland. Trying to work these out peacefully with them is a waste of time, because they don't give a damn about people's lives. And given how dire the situation is out there, we can't really ask any external forces to come and help us deal with ACAA. In other words, we're on our own, and we need arms to fend for ourselves. Now, we need to hurry up, because things are only going to get going to work in our disadvantage. To our disadvantage if we let them drag on. About Bancroft, though. Right. The kid you saved before is his son, right? Yes. Oh, never mind. I'm not going to ask you to stop hanging out with him, but I want you to keep your mouth zipped about what I tell you. Right, of course. I'll be away again for some time, and I want you to continue with your training while I'm away. Yes, Captain. Seeing her about to step out, Nolan suddenly remembers a question he wanted to ask. What do we need to do to get our hands on those weapons? People are barely able to keep their heads above water now, with the punching virus wreaking havoc. How exactly are we supposed to get these weapons we need to fight the guards from above? Some of the factories and secondhand markets in the hidden alleys around the reservation areas might have such weapons, but how in the world does Rachel have the resources in exchange for all the weapons they need? Sitting beside his friend, Nones tries to get to the bottom of the river. But his friends, None tries to get to the bottom of the river. Hi, you asked. I've got extra pay here. What Rachel said pops into his mind. Extra pay? It's true that I've crossed the line, but if what I did brings about a better tomorrow for the people, I'd gladly do it again and pay the price. Is this why? Are you helping your mom? Yes, I'm trying to help her. I don't always agree with the way she does things, but I have no right to question her, either. The boy is starting to piece the puzzle together. Mom went down to that path to help Rachel get the resources she needed to get those weapons. Isn't there another way out? Why did they have to poison her if this is the truth? And just how is Rachel supposed to get all the resources she needs now, with Julie now dead? Two months later. Bancroft, Field's father, is finally back home from his mission. He's meeting up with Field unknown. I gave Barbara the chef from the logistics crew some resources, hoping she'd look after Field when I wasn't around, but man. Barbara the chef? Yes, the ones that's super close to Assad. I see them together all the time, and my hunch is that they're getting married soon. Seems like I was totally wrong about it, anyhow. Thank you for saving my son. Of course. Totally forgot to introduce myself. I'm Bancroft, and we worked up at the pharmaceutical facility. We worked at the pharmaceutical factory. Oh, why am I... Sorry, I'm tripping out. I'm Bancroft, and we worked at a pharmaceutical factory around a reservation area until corrupted assaulted the place and killed my wife. I've already told him all that, Dad. You did? Seems like you found yourself a good buddy, son. Right. Sir, is it true that you know Ashlar from the upper level? Well, I do know those that work for Ashlar, but our relationship is mostly business-oriented. When we left the reservation area, we bought him some semi-finished products from the dipalidated factory. Probably a good idea to tell people that sooner than later. People down here don't exactly like those guys, so... Right, of course. Thank you. Bancroft looks away with a frown, seemingly as though he's about to say more. Sir? Oh, hey, I mean, sure, I'll keep that in mind. Please don't even lend them a hand. Worried no one recalls what Rachel said to him. Right. The man now seems a little flustered. By the way, can I ask you to take care of my field just for a few more days? While I'm out on another delivery mission with Team 41? Delivery mission with Team 41? I'll come here to pick him up as soon as we find ourselves a permanent spot. No problem at all, sir. We're good friends. Yup. Everything going well with your missions these days, Dad? Bancroft frowns again when Field brings up the subject. What's wrong, Dad? Nothing. You've never been good at lying, Dad. I probably can't help you physically, but I can still give you ideas. Kids have helped solve some of history's most difficult puzzles. Remember? You were the one that told me this. You're right. Well, things don't look good these days. The cargo box we use for deliveries is getting old, and got a piece of it blown off when we got attacked the other night. We realized we'd lost a bunch of goods when we were done cleaning up the corrupted and checked on the cargo box. It's not the first time the cargo crew let things go missing. These words suddenly pop into Noah's mind. Words that his mother said to Rachel a long time ago. I'm guessing it was some scavenger on the verge of dying that did that, although I have no evidence to say he say so definitely. Did you check the camcorder? No, son, we don't have that. I heard they only carry a camcorder when they're delivering valuable goods. Is it expensive to make one? I had the same thought, actually, but people's theory is that we just won't bother trying to catch the perps anyways, even if we have them on the camcorder, because they're mostly just homeless scavengers. The security rules here are a little different from the pharmaceutical factories. It's safe most of the time there with constructs going through ships guarding the place. Have you seen Barbara? I have some updates for her. Wait, but she's a chef, no? I know, but she's taken over Julie's place because Assad is apparently vowed for competency. And part of what we do overlaps with her area of responsibility. I only address her as the chef because that's what everyone else still calls her. She's probably with Assad. I'll be right back then. The man lowers down and starts checking up on Field. How you doing, big guy? Got a fever? No, but I've run out of the medicine. That's fine. I'll go and exchange some for you. Let's go. Exchange? Yep, only the doctor up on the upper level has the medicine I need, so we need to go to him to trade in resources for my medicine. Do you still have any resources left? The only thing we have left is my mother's bracelet. We'll visit the doctor again in 3 months, and I'll have to save up enough resources by then. Dad. It's okay, son. You're the only family I have left in this world, and I can't afford to lose you. When do you have to go? Pretty soon. I have another mission to catch tonight. Bancroft holds Fields up and waves at Known. Thank you so much again. We'll see you around. See you, Known. See ya. You probably want to stay away from that Field kid. Right after Known finished eating with the gang and was about to get busy with the mission from Shauna, Nino drags a chair over and sits before him. Bancroft has screwed up quite a few times and they're both troublemakers. Because he's lost goods? Not just that. See, there's a lot more than meets the eye to the guy's connection with the guys up there. Hey Nino, glad you're here. Hurry up and help untangle these yarns. Shauna throws a torn sweater over at Nino. She asks him to work together with Known to remove the threads that are still fine. Tie them and ball them up. He was about to say something, but instead decided to swallow it and work away with Known. The guy is fishy with a capital F. See, we've got a few of our men busted already since he came. They said they found evidence of major wrongdoings committed by our guys. But guess who's the one that reported everything to those guys up there without saying a word to Rachel? And Bancroft isn't the only snitch around. The aristocrats kind of know what we're up to, so they set up a nice little system of rewards in place to turn us against one another down here. A system of rewards? What do you mean? Look over there. Down at the end of the car, a guard is dragging a civilian by the hair towards the industrial carriage, with another guard taking all his resources. People can do anything, so long as there are perks in it for them. Hey, yo, dude, hold your horses there and chill out. Scenes like this are commonplace now, but no one can never pretend they never bother him. Cap told me not to get involved. He lowers his head in frustration and carries on with work. Glad you kept your cool. Guy probably lost goods or messed up in the industrial carriage. Funny that they never busted him until now, though. The bumblebees pretty much get paid for slacking off every day. Better hope the odds are ever in your favor, buddy. Hearing their discussion over there, Waylon turns this way with his bowl in hand. What? I'm damn clean. Wow, says the guy who's got both his hands dirty with all the mud. Everything we're just doing is breaking the rules. And don't even get me started on the shady things that a bunch of us is doing to keep our heads above water. And even if we ignore all that for discussion's sake, the guards pay Snitch a cut of the resources they confiscate. So even if you're as damn clean as you say, people will still drag you through the mire when they get hungry. Hey, I see you have an empty bowl there. Give us a hand here, will ya? Shauna tosses another torn sweater to Wayland. Come on, I came over with the bowl exactly because I didn't want to get dragged into this. Wayland protests as he puts down his bowl and joins the ranks of Nino and Gnome. What are these snitches after them? Probably the perks they get to have right away. Why give a damn to some long-haul revolution where there are perks you get to enjoy right away, right? There are tons of scums like Bancroft out there who are willing to do just about anything to save their own butts. I can't believe he's the kid's dad. I've seen the boy, cute kid, pretty smart too, and he's almost as well behaved as Four Eyes. But we still need to give Nolan some credit here. He's doing so much better now than when he just came. Shivering from laughing, Shauna slaps Nolan on the shoulder. People change, especially kids. Birds of a feather flock together, eh? I gather the kids have been flocking a whole lot with you then. Well, not a whole lot, but we do eat together on a regular basis. Which isn't a bad thing, really. People broaden your world, right? Word. And where were we just now? We were just saying how Bancroft can do anything. Right, dude has to snitch to survive because he's so at his wit's end. But everyone is going down together if things down here stay the way they do. What exactly is to blame? What exactly is to blame, though? The aristocrats? Human nature? Nature or this hellhole itself? A bit of each, I guess. But going back to what I was saying, you want to stay away from Field now. Bancroft is anything but kind. But that's what you all said about my mom and me. We're saying these things for your sake, son. For my sake? People only open their arms to Gnome because he stood up for Field. There's no way Gnome is going to cut ties with Field to earn his place among these people. You're trying to distance yourself from Field when you're just saying how he's different from his dad. Why are you taking the kid's side, son? Because he's my friend, and I've been in his shoes. If you can't stop doubting and hating on someone that needs help, how are you going to prove yourself innocent when the table turns somewhere down the road? Word, I'm blown away, kid. Seems like all the reading is doing wonders here. Come on, are you taking the kid's side too? See, no one hangs around Rachel all the time now, and you just never know what Bancroft is going to do if no one gets screwed over somewhere down the road. Y'all still remember what happened to Julie, yeah? Wait, what? Look, son, just do as we say. If you don't want what happened to your mom to happen to you. Do you know who killed her, Wayland? Huh? No one does have his own theory about his mother's death. And he never had any information to check against this theory. And he never figured out the perp's move. Motive. Yeah, perp's motive. How in the world? Oh, silly me. Oh, silly me. I gotta get going now. Seemingly perturbed, Wayland puts the sweater down on the table, halfway done, makes a run for it before anyone knows what's happened. Hey, Noan, did your dad leave? Right. Hey, look. Huh? No one was about to tell Field what he just heard about Field's dad, but decided to drop the topic. What did the doctor say? He said my immune system isn't working properly, which is why I come under the weather a lot more down here when it's wet and cold. Boy, I can't wait for summer. I won't be sick so often when summer is here, and Dad won't have to worry about me all the time. Field rubs his fingers against a vial in his hand that comes with no label. This medicine costs us a fortune. Does your dad stay connected with Ashlar to keep access to this medicine? I have no idea. He refuses to tell me anything about it. Do you like summer, Noan? I don't have a favorite season because it doesn't really make a difference on the train. But I guess I just might have one when I eventually get to go out with the cargo crew. Cool, why not let's go on to the forest to look for some fireflies in the summer? Fireflies? Why though? Because they're beautiful? Have you seen one? In the books I read, yes, and I've drawn some before. Gnome picks up a pencil and on a makeshift sketchbook he puts together using scrap papers, draws a vertical line of circles. The circles seem like a crisscross between dandelions and the growing balls that one would see reading mangas. No, and fireflies don't actually look like this. With his fingers, Field traces out a firefly. A firefly has a pair of wings, and the only part of it that glows is its tummy. You can try to look it up in the terminal, but I'm sure it wouldn't look as pretty as the pictures as if you see one in person. Are there still any around? Yes, my mom brought me to this place to see them before. We should do that too. Sounds great. I can go out there with the cargo crew after my training. No one looks up and stares at the dusty lights affixed to the car's ceiling. Fireflies, eh? I heard a lullaby before that has to do with fireflies. A lullaby? Wait, do you mean this one? Seeing no one looking back at him with a bewildered look, Field hums out a part of what he believes is the lullaby no one is talking about. No, not this one. Take it for a few moments. Field hums out something different. Yes, that's the one. I see. Deep in thought, they both fall silent. Have you heard about how people think that grass turns into fireflies when it withers and decays? I think I read about that somewhere, but it's all just a superstition from the past, no? Well, my mom would always describe us as grass with our roots deep in the soil, but she never told me why she thought that. But I think I know why now. Field runs his eyes through the words in the book again and again. We're as mundane as grass. See, this is what it says in the book. Wild grass strikes no deep roots, has no beautiful flowers and leaves, yet it imbibles dew, water, and the blood and flesh of the dead, all trying to rob them of life. As long as it lives, it is trampled upon and mowed down until it dies and decays. But that doesn't mean wild grass is worthless. You die because you lived, and you rot because you were. Dying weeds bear new lives, and while the skies might not be their brightest now, the fire burning across the grass field will light up the skies all the same. It all makes sense, then, what people say about grass turning into fireflies when it withers and decays, because people can't stop missing something when it's gone, no matter how mundane it may be. Field looks at None with a serious look on his face. People tend to form their own imagination and association by reading books when they're still young, but it's entirely worth it if they can turn their imagination and association into torches that light up the path ahead for them. Why are you telling me these all of a sudden, though? Well, because I was just reading this book, and because the goodbye keeps coming up, and that lullaby you brought up. So I thought of my mom, and how she might have turned into a firefly, and might just be waiting for me out there in the forest to say goodbye to me. Does it all sound like some fantasy I made up to make myself feel better? No, it doesn't. But I was just thinking that if people do turn into fireflies when they die, then we never have to say goodbye to them, right? I'm just trapped in my memory in the night, and maybe I just need to bid farewell to myself. Why do you have to do that, though? I'm responsible for my mom's death. Dude. No, man. Oh, God. Don't think like that, Field. Don't think like that, Field. She'd always encouraged me to read, and we didn't have a whole lot of books at home. The terminal at the pharmaceutical factory had a lot of electronic documents in it, so he'd take me there ever so often at night when there wasn't anyone around. And things went terribly wrong that night. Field looks down in silence as he turns the pages in the book he's holding, and only opens his mouth to speak again after what seems like an eternity. Since Mom died, there hasn't been a day where I didn't regret it. And Dad has been living on the edge ever since to get me my medicine, all while I've been living in the melancholy of the past and been anything but helpful. If I could just say goodbye to her in the forest where she died, would I be able to let it all go and have what it takes to carry on? No one shakes his head. She made that choice to protect you. I'm sure she never wants you to forget about her, and I'm also sure she never wants to see you crippled by regret. You're absolutely right. I'm just too scared to face it. I can't do it. You're absolutely right, but I'm just too scared to face it. I can't do it. I just can't be like you, Nolan. You lost so much coming so far, but you never given up. Oh, what do you mean? Nolan doesn't understand those words, because he thinks he's learned things the hard way and already comes to grips with reality. Be remembering what else you believe in. You hold on to them both. You've never stood up for me or lent me a hand had you already given them up. Field puts his now slightly cold hand on Noan's shoulder. Deep down, you're deep in those heroic stories, aren't you? None of them is real, though. That's only because you don't yet have the power to make them so, Noan, and not because you aren't determined enough. What's the difference, anyways? Power corrupts you if power is all you have. But you're different. You went out of your way to help me, knowing full well you were no match for the guard, and that, known, is determination. Determination, huh? But I was this close to screwing everyone over back then, and Rachel asked me to swear that I'd never do it again. If I ever come across something like that, Known. Field walks up to Known and pats Known's face. Yes? Come on, Known. I know you might be feeling guilty for putting everyone in harm's way, but nothing changes the fact that you saved me, and that's proof enough that you can still do what you want to do, even when you don't have yet what it takes to make it perfect. And I'll keep what you did for me in mind, and help people in need when I see them. You might not be able to help everyone out there who's in need of help, but everyone you help will go on to help someone else. Sounds great, right? Would you still do it if helping them means you're going to make everyone suffer? Sure, I mean, kindness is a choice, but the world is to blame if it doesn't allow us to make that choice. That reminds me of what you said that day, when you came up to help. If you think I'm out of my mind for trying to help, then screw that. Boy, you really need to forget that. Why though? Wait, does it make you cringe? Bingo? Oops. Dude, just pretend I never said any of that already. Huh. Okay, fine, I'll stop with that, but I'm never gonna forget you helped me. And see, it's really got me thinking, and I think I'm going to help people however I can once my legs get better. But you're already doing that, Field. You're helping me already. Am I? You are. See? No one suddenly recalls all the things people have said about Field, and he can't help feeling tormented when he compares them all with the heartwarming encouragements he's heard from Field over the past few days. Drawing a deep breath in hesitation, no one decides to sweep it all under the carpet with thanks. Thank you, Field, for telling me all this. Not knowing why he's being thanked, the blonde boy lowers his head and laughs. What do you want to be in the future, Noan? In the future? Yeah, a dream or a plan or something. Something you want for yourself. Noan closes his eyes in silence. Well, he said something, but he just can't seem to recall the words that come out of his mouth. How in the world did he even forget something so casual? And you, what are you going to do? I just want to get better so I can leave the train and go to the forest and see the fireflies. Preferably with you and Dad. But I'm nowhere close to just yet. So I guess we'll just look forward to the summer first. You really love summer, don't you? With a burning passion too, because it's only when summer is here that I don't get sick all the time. It isn't exactly cold in the car, but Field just can't help looking forward in the summer. Summer is warm and all, but that's probably also when Field gets to relive in all his good memories, without all the worries. How would you like a new name for your luck? Like what? Field Lucifer Summer Hephaestus. For the love of God. Hugging himself, Field shivers from head to toe. Oh, how about Field Seraph von Nonjord und Frau des Frauleurs? What? That is a ridiculous name. That's just a mix of everything. Field raises his voice, something he rarely ever does. Just call me Summer. Think that should give me enough good luck? Alright, Summer it is then. Thanks. I can totes add to it though. Sure you're okay? Thanks, but no thanks. 2 months go by. Bancroft works day and night to make up for the lost goods, except there's no end to his team's blunders no matter how hard he works. He manages to stay around with his connections to the aristocrats up there, but he's been finding it increasingly difficult to stay lately, with his team messing up things again and again. Every so often, no one would see Rachel give him a real piece of her mind in front of people. Field has run out of medicine, and the hellhole that the lower level is eating away at his body, putting him through low fevers again and again, yet he'd always lie to his father when he checks on him. When no one trains, Field would stay in the book storage most of the time, where he would either be reading or napping in the corner. Hey Summer, I'm back. Hey, did you see my dad tonight? He was supposed to be back a few hours today. I did, and he left after asking me a few questions about you. Did he find the lost goods? No, not yet. What did the captain say? Well, I've personally busted some shitheads that try to do their little things with the goods, and mind you, you're getting busted next if you pull another trick on me. Please, Captain, I didn't do this, says the man who has a record of working for the aristocrats. My son was in a very bad condition, and he was the only one I could ask for help from. You really gotta up your game, Bancroft. She pretty much said the same thing she had before. What did people say, though? Doesn't anyone have any idea who stole the goods? Well, Bancroft, he said, man, the man's a real thief, and he's done it all. I want to be there to see him die the day he gets torn into pieces by corrupted. Better stay away from his son, boy. Young boy will probably grow you up when he gets hungry. They don't seem to like they want to help. I'll definitely give your dad a hand when I finish my training in 2 months. No, please don't know. I think I know what my dad is up to, but I can't stop him. He never passed the captain's screening. He can work just fine as a crew member, but things are a disaster when he tries to play leader. He needed help because I was injured. He only found this place after pulling some strings, and see, it wasn't resources that the aristocrats took from him in exchange, it was info. I'm sure Dad would never would have gone down this path had he still had his resources to trade with the aristocrats. I bet he wouldn't have had to go through any of these that had I died back then. You didn't ask to be roughened up, though, and it wouldn't have been the same without you, buddy. People change, especially kids. Pretty sure a boy's gonna grow a whole lot more well-rounded the longer he hangs out with us. Birds of a feather flock together, eh? Right, I don't really think I'd be the same person that I am today without you. Did you forget about what you said about the fireflies? No, I do still remember what I said about fireflies, but I think I'm starting to have a change of mind now, knowing what happened to all these people my dad snitched on. It's been 6 months since we boarded the train, and for 6 whole months, that's how Dad got my medicine and resources he had to pay for the lost goods. Now I'm just afraid that they're going to hurt someone close to you next, or maybe you even. Come on, son, you hang around Rachel all the time now, and she tells you everything. And you just never know what Bancroft is going to do when he gets crazy somewhere down the road. Look, son, just do as we say. If you don't want what happened to your mom to happen to you. And I don't see how that's any different from if we personally did the hurting themselves. It's fine, as long as your dad still gets paid properly for his work. He just needs to pay for the lost goods and make sure he never loses anything again. But Dad just keeps losing them, and he hasn't even gotten what he's been working for, because his pay all goes into paying for the goods he lost. They still have no idea whatsoever who stole them. I'm at the end of my training now. I'll ask Rachel to put me on your dad's delivery team so I can keep an eye out for him. No, please no. Thank you for offering, but I think it's best you stay out of this. And that was the last time no one ever saw Field. Field left nothing in the book storage except for his half-finished Firefly toy in his notebook. The notebook comes with an instruction sheet in it on how to put together a Firefly toy. The rest of the notebook is full of Field's thoughts and sentences and lines that he's copied off the books he's read. The handwriting from the first half of the notebook is neat, and that's when Field was still writing about the changing seasons of nature. Signs that he was still in a stable condition then. The handwriting and content from the second half, however, are the exact opposite of what they are in the first half, with stains of blood here and there on the pages. When no one gets to the very last 2 pages, he has to read the words 3 times to fully understand what they say. Friend, the time's close. I'll turn into the darkness and wander in the nothingness. You still expect my largesse, but what can I offer you? Ceaseless. It is still darkness and void, and stop. But I'd like only darkness, or to vanish into your jade time. I'd only like a void that never seizes your heart. I'd like that, friend. I'd travel alone, not only with you, but in a darkness without other shadows. Dude. Is Field gonna be dying? Is Field dying? Oh god, is Field dying, bro? Fuck. Only myself, submerged by darkness in that world wholly mine. No one puts down the notebook and looks around, but he can't seem to see Field anywhere in the otherwise usually crowded lower-level car that now only has a handful of souls. Unable to see any further and feeling helpless, Nolan starts shouting out his friend's name, annoying among people ready for bed. Summer! Field! For crying out loud, kid, do you know what time it is? Not surprisingly at all, people don't hesitate to yell at him. Sorry, but I'm just looking for my friend because he went missing. He what? You sure he didn't head out with the cargo crew? They're supposed to head down to City 074 tonight, and we'll be back in the morning. The man sits up from his dirty mattress with a yawn. He's about my age, and there's no way he left with the cargo crew, because he just doesn't fit enough to do that. Not fit enough. Wait, are you talking about Bancroft's son? Yes, that's him. Have you? Wouldn't say a thing even if I've seen him. We're damn fed up with all the Bancroft's little drama. We just can't wait to see him kicked off the train. Ditto. Ain't it funny how shit happens to his team every single time? Dude, Joe shouldn't be a captain, period. None of his men listen to him, and their goods go missing whenever they're out on a mission. I just want this guy gone ASAP so we can have all the good night's sleep. You really think that's going to put an end to the situation? Excuse me? There will be a second and third and more Bancrofts as long as the guards from the upper level keep their rules in place. You could choose to sit around and watch them die, but you never know who it's going to be next. He has it coming. But he was only just trying to save someone. Leaking info and just losing goods are what's considered wrong now according to the rules. But who's to say the rules are going to stay this way forever? Remember, we're all heroes or we're all zeros rule that they just put into place in the industrial carriage. The aristocrats would be more than happy to keep shipping someone off their hampers the rest of the team. So long as people keep trying to single out the bad apple, or so Captain Rachel says. Are all the bad apples to blame for all our sufferings? No, they're not, because as long as they can trade in info for resources, people will jump at their opportunity any day of the week. See, we've twisted the rules against ourselves when the rules are what's wrong in the first place. I'm not saying that I stand with these people, but the rules are what's wrong, and I sympathize with all the innocent people that get dragged through the mud. Why are we turning our backs on Fuel when he's done nothing wrong and wants to bring about changes? We hate the aristocrats' guts for treating us the way they do, but aren't we doing the exact same thing? Wow, shithead. Think you know everything, huh? I like everything he said, though. Attaboy, son. Captain Shauna. Though I dropped by when I heard all the buzz coming from down here, don't worry, though. Rachel ain't around, and I won't tell her a thing. Field went missing, Shauna. Sure you looked everywhere? I went through all the places you usually go, but his notebook is the only thing I found. No one hands the notebook over to Shauna. She quickly goes through it. Let's look for him together. Kid might still be around. We can't let Bancroft stick around anymore. Your sick wife, lost kids, and Jason's mom. These are just some of the people who are here that we should just kick off the train. And I can keep going if you want me to. Oh yeah, just FYI, I know what they're all up to. Y'all hate Bancroft's guts because he was capitalizing on what y'all do, right? Desperate times call for desperate measures, and I totally get that. Y'all are damn right to say that he's got what is coming his way, but who are y'all to say... who are y'all to say y'all any less guilty? What do you mean? Y'all let him handle the goods alone knowing that he lose them. Need I say more? And boy, I would have told Rachel all these already if I heard about them earlier. Rachel doesn't know any of these? Like hell she would. She's been doing all these things to help make life better for us, while we're still busy here trying to help those scoundrels up there screw themselves over. Does seeing Bancroft screw up over and over again make life better for any of you? Do they come down here and strangle someone you hate every time Bancroft loses good and snitches? Yo, shout out to Shauna, bro. She a real one. Shauna throws a punch at the wall with her smile still on her face. Now, just answer me this. Are you going to help look for Field or not? Dead silence ensues until someone from the maintenance crew speaks up. I'll check out the security cameras over at the storage and send a few guys down the ventilation ducts. Those places ain't the easiest for kids to get back out once they're in there. Thank you. We need you to come with us, kid. Sure. Don't leave the car with a man. What's going to be for the rest of you? I'll look around. I'll go with you. Should we double check with Rachel to see if the kid's out with the team? Right, I'll do that with my terminal. Stay here if you want, but tag along if you can lend us a hand. Lucy, do us a favor and check out where you and the kids usually play hide and seek. On it. And with it, people start forming search teams. There are still people who are either unwilling to help or unable to help. But things are already looking a lot better than if no one had to do it on his own. This single event isn't going to erase all the hard feelings that are already there, but no one can just feel that they already made a dent in the tip of the iceberg. Field, where are you? The boy calls out his friend's name as the sun begins to slowly show its face to the world for the day. Alright, let's go. The search teams have looked through every corner in the lower level car, but haven't found anything. It isn't until 2 in the morning the next day that no one comes across a thread that seems as though it's come off Field's scarf around the entrance to the ventilation duct and storage 54 of carriage G. When people get into storage and check the security footage, they notice that there is a range of areas the security camera fails to capture, because the camera isn't able to turn properly with all the dust stuck at its rotating shaft. The range of area isn't big at all, but it still leaves enough room for a child to pass through easily. Wow, nothing caught on tape. This ain't fishy at all, right? What was the kid doing here anyways? Bancroft's team just left for a mission, and the kid might just have left with them. Let me double check with Rachel. Through a terminal, Shauna again got a reply in the negative. I've gone through everywhere already. How can someone just disappear like that? Should we just wait until the team comes back tomorrow then? Wait, Field what? Bancroft gets back on the train at 6 in the morning. He was still around when I left for training in the morning, but he was gone when I got back at 10 last night. Was he out on the mission with you guys? No, he wasn't. I kept my eye out for the goods the entire way because they cost an arm and a leg, and I didn't see him around. Is it possible that he was hiding among the goods? We went through all the boxes already. When did you do that? We did it once before to minimize our stopover before we arrived at the station, and then a second time when we were delivering the goods. Wait. Is it possible that he went missing right after the first time he went through the goods? No way, because we ran a quick check over the goods once halfway through the mission. Quick check, he said. Right, because a few of our transport vehicles toppled over and we ran into some corrupted on the way. I mean, we did spend some time going around the place with our goods to divert their attention, but we didn't pick up on any abnormalities when we got back. Did you lose anything this time? No, we totally thought someone had their eye on this particular batch of goods because they were such gems, but we didn't really lose anything besides the few things that got damaged from the attack. Could he still be on the train? We went through everywhere in the lower level together. If he's still on the train, he gotta be somewhere up there. Yes, we went through everywhere, even all the ventilation ducts on the roof. Did you just say you did it all together? Bancroft looks at them incredulously. Right, I mean, not everyone was able to help, but a lot of people did give us a hand. This is all we found. No one hands the thread he found over to Bancroft. I found it in one of the ventilation ducts, but I can't be sure if this is something that came off of his scarf. Bancroft rubs the thread for a few moments before he gives it a sniff, and that's when his face pales. The texture and smell of it, yes, it's gotta be the scarf he wears that he got from my wife, I'm 100% sure. Which ventilation duct did you find this in? The one in storage 54 of carriage G. G54? No nods. Why would he go there, though? Well... So I see you're totally clueless, huh? Assad? What do you mean? Please, we don't want to get kicked off the train. Assad bursts out laughing as mimics a child's voice. That's not something Field would ever say. So we decided to tag along to see who's been stealing all the goods. And bam, when he came out of the box he was hiding in, he caught Daddy red-handed. We didn't lose anything this time. My, you sure didn't leave your boy in City 74 for him to do the stealing for you? Are you out of your mind? I didn't even have time to see him because of the stupid long road you said you were going to take. Assad smirks. Oh yes, we did take the long route, but so what? Are you gonna snitch to one of the dickheads now to get your little boy his meds? Why would I do that? How did he know my goods were in G54 anyways? Oh, I see. You told him my goods were there. You should bring that question to your son because you're not gonna believe what I say either way. But let's see. If he's not on the train, then he's gotta be in City 74 with all the goods then. Or you're just gonna leave him there to die because he's such a burden. With his lips trembling, Bancroft turns around to look at the door. The countdown light on the frame is flashing, signaling that the train will be departing from City 74 in no time. I'm going to go look for him. Wait, what? He has to be in the city. He's either at the base or where the corrupted attacked us. He grabs his protective suit and makes a dash for the door. Wait, you haven't got your rewards yet. Since you didn't lose too many things this time, there's still food and a bottle of watered down homemade rum for you after your monthly fine for the lost goods is taken care of. It's cold out there and you should bring some of them. Barbara, bring them to him. Here. She produces a bag with bottles in it from behind the counter and tosses it toward Bancroft. Thanks. When are you coming back, sir? Probably won't be back for a while. I'll be leaving out there with Field when I find him since there's no way the train is going to keep staying here just for me. We'll hop back on when the train comes back here again. Can I go with you then? You can't. I'm going to go alone because it's much too dangerous out there. But I still want to thank you and everyone else that helped me look for Field. Because I never thought anyone would ever give me a hand after what I did. Bancroft stands up and steps out of the closing door. When no one turns around, he sees Assad and Barbara, who completely taken over his mother's place, smiling back at each other. Ever since then, no one has been asking around to to see if anyone has seen Bancroft and Field, except they both seem to have disappeared off the face of the earth, gradually fading away from people's conversations. Having a hard time letting go, no one finishes the mechanical firefly Field left behind using the discarded mechanical parts he gathered. I think this will do as a keepsake between us. Training, walking alone in downpours, and jumping at every chance to look at the field. No one grows used to these things as time passes by. The lower level has been the same hellhole it's always been, but no one notes that the fire in his heart will keep burning strong, so long as he still has a place among the people down here. A year after Julie's death, no one passes Rachel's test. He can now leave the train and join the cargo crew for missions. Not a day has gone by that he stopped trying to bring their collective dream and find his long-lost friend. Hey yo, my boy's growing up. Let's go! Living among the people and experiencing the warmth and complexity firsthand, the boy grows up to be a well-rounded young man who now thinks twice before he acts. He sees fireflies flying in the forest for the first time when he's out on a delivery mission. Before him are countless glowing spots on the ground that pave themselves on the path that leads him into the dark of night. It's only then that it hits him that he's never forgotten a thing. Be it his hot temper or all the heart-wrenching goodbyes he's had to say through toned down over the years by the warmth he's felt all around him. They've been with him all along and now become an unseverable part of him. No one still dreams of the forest every now and then. And whenever he does, he sees Field smiling among fireflies, the same way he once hoped to see of his friend. Where is he now? Is he living somewhere far away from ACA with Bancroft? Or is he long gone where no one else would ever find him? For years he'd been looking for him. And for years they remain as elusive as the fireflies in his dream and the lullaby his mother used to sing. Up will the sun rise above the horizon when away the night fades. Summer! Ugh. Jolting away from what seemed to be an endless dream, no one notices that he's grabbing Lethos' hand. And Lethos tries to hook a medical device up to him that he's never seen before. Lethos, wait, what was I? We put you to sleep because your mind was a little unstable, and you've just never woke up. Right, my name is known, and my mind went berserk and I went to a coma when I recalled my name and the reason I threw it away. Do you mind letting go? Oops, sorry. Letting go of Lethos' hand and looking embarrassed, no one rubs his hand against his hair. Were you going to hook this up to me just now? This device is meant to treat mind in the cord. Treat mind. And the cord fell off when they bumped into it in the middle of a fight. I was just trying to put it back on you. Did I wake up right after the cord fell off? Wait, did you just say in the middle of a fight? No one looks up and sees that Talbot is having a shouting match with a few constructs just a few meters away. Just grow up already, kid. You'd be nothing more than Ascendant's partner in crime the moment she stepped out of here. Why can't you just have more confidence in us? Because confidence takes us nowhere. We're powerless against this disaster, and Ascendants are our only way out. Shut your trap before I call the purifying force on you. What in the world is going on over there? It's all because of me. I put you to sleep without following the maintenance procedure. I forgot to follow the standard procedure because I was on edge since I had a teammate that died after his mind went berserk. We never woke up, and they all wanted to hold me accountable, and we're going to report this whole incident to the higher-ups. Except the reception here at the base is dead now. People have been saying that this is what happened to some of the other bases before they were attacked by Ascendants, which kind of puts me on edge now. Why are you calling me purifying force on me when I'm just trying to save people? The Ascendant I ran into told me I'm good enough to pass the filtering, and that he'd come here if I survive his test. Why are we shunning this chance when it's right there in front of us? Best that we report this to the higher-ups, Talbot. Everyone here would be in dire danger if the Ascendants actually come here. But this place won't be safe forever, even if they don't come here. We still might get attacked any time with all threats still around us. Talbot! Sacrificing a few people means nothing if we get to have the power of an Ascendant. I could save even more people with that. You friggin' son of a... Finally losing it, one of the constructs swings a jab at Talbot. As though personally getting punched in the face, no one feels a burning pain. Ascendant? Hello, my beloved traitors who have relinquished your past. Vonnegut, the very power you've come seeking shall arrive in no time. But before he is here, I can take and answer some of your frequently asked questions you may have. That's Roland, so the rumor is true. Will this do? Yes, you may go back now. Hold on, do you see who is in this medical chamber? Who's in this medical chamber? Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. That's a special guest, personally invited by him. And he's at a much safer place than any of you. Look, he's waking up. A special guest, you said. Ascendant, defecting constructs. I remember them. I've seen them all before. Are you taking him? I am, because we'll be seeing fewer humans the further down the road our plan goes. I never wanted to see this planet deprived of our lives. There will be constructs and machines, but there are still countless talented humans trapped within their carnal shells that have yet to get their tickets. Gemini caught them right when he fell off the train. The new weapon has made him immune to punishment, and he's right here at City 210. I say our new plan will be off to a good start with all these coincidences. These are his memories from when he was going in and out of coma. Someone brought him to an entirely white room when he was severely injured. He didn't catch a good look on the person's face with all the light in his eyes, but he still remembers that weird-looking chair. Boy, look at how damaged he is, and he's still alive. How would you like him dealt with? I want him to stay alive, but feel free to turn him into one of us your way if you so wish. Understood. Where's Tisa? I thought you brought him back with you. He's still in City 043 with a woman. He calls up the screen from his terminal and clicks on a live feed from the security camera. The screen shows a half-demolished building in which a long-haired young man now looks coldly at the people who were once his commandant and comrades as they provide the woman with on-the-spot medical treatment. Oh, so that's Tisa, huh? And he became an Ascendant. I'll be keeping an eye out for Tisa. He doesn't have a place in there among those people anymore, and that's how I'll know he'll come back here. Is he the reason you came this time? No, I actually came to get what I left with you here. Ready to use Cythalia's original, I gather? No, we're going to run another experiment. When he regains his memory, he has a hard time recognizing his body. Did that happen after the surgery? No, there seems to be more than that. All the damage he sustains is reminding him that he's missing certain parts of his memory. And there goes another trial. See, I told you that none of these defecting constructs would ever make the cut. You're only going to put Babylonia on edge, letting him go around, spreading the word however he wants. That's exactly what I want. Oh, I see you're trying to bait them, huh? Exactly. Except I won't need you there for what I need to do after that. So I'm getting laid off, I gather? No, but I just thought I'd let him handle things here. I'll bring you up to speed about Luna in the foreseeable future. And I don't suppose you'll still be around working for me once that happens, you know. Well. With With a smirk on his face, Roland turns around to look at the person sitting in the chair. I heard you didn't have a lot of ascendants working for you, and that most of the ascendants you have are either trainees like Cinderella, or stand-ins like yours truly. And that's why I thought there were special requirements in place that you wanted your ascendants to meet. But the kid has trouble controlling himself sometimes, and he's just so set on humans or the constructs that fail the filtering. I mean, you should have seen him when he came face to face with Grey Raven's ex-commandant, Ravenge. Boy, was the kid like a cloying little puppy. I see him as an empty shell without a soul. What exactly are you trying to do, placing so much trust in a lunatic like this? I need there to be still a lot of people that can join our ranks in the new world after the filtering. And his vision of the new world isn't different from mine. Those that fail to pass the filtering might as well make themselves useful by being the Red Tide's food. He believes that they'll be sleeping happily ever after in the Red Tide, because the Red Tide will literally have dissolved all their plans from when they were still alive. Which is why he loves the world and the Red Tide with all his heart as much as he does those twisted shards. And I have no reason to wake him up from his dream, no matter what they really are. Spoiling your kids never does them good. How about you? Would you rather I stick my nose into what you do? Or do you just not believe that it steer clear of your way? If you don't want to become one of my ascendants, then all the work you do here and the information you receive are nothing more than a trade. You already have what it takes to stand in the new world, as long as you steer clear of the filter. You can go anywhere you want and I won't stop you. You won't stop me, but you're going to keep an eye on me. That's only appropriate. You're not one of us yet, after all. Haha, not one of you. Your special guest is only suffering so much because he's not one of you yet either, isn't he? That's right, I got these wounds because I rejected someone. Why didn't I agree? I'll never become your accomplice. So you think this is a crime? What else? Do you think you're a hero? Everything you do is just reinforcing your big bad shtick. I won't be surprised if you show up as a black silhouette next time. Omega lol, because that's what's happening now. This is the best way to make sure everyone lives. Does becoming a shard of memories count as living to you? You're certainly more alive than a completely rotten shell. Why don't you understand? We share a similar past and similar regrets. You should understand where I'm coming from. I'll say it again. I understand why you've gone off the deep end, but I'll never agree with your actions, including my reading my memories. Mister didn't want me to get too aggressive. It doesn't matter to him whether you become one of us. But I must admit, being intrigued by you after I saw your past. Not to mention that I made you. You carry my mark. Unlike those regular constructs, you are an anomaly. You can never get rid of that, no matter how far you run. If you leave me, you'll slowly lose control of yourself until you become a monster that hurts other people before they decide to hunt you down. That's why you haven't killed me yet, isn't it? That's right. Even dismissing the fact that I'm intrigued by your past, it's only natural that a creator is attached to the creation, right? I'd hate to break you that quickly. The blurred figure sighs, slowly approaching Noam. But I can't convince you however hard I try, can I? I'm sorry. Forgive me, then forget all this. We'll start again. We'll make up then. Does it hurt? I'm sorry, but naughty children need to be disciplined. You. You. No one feels a sharp pain in his chest before everything fades to black. His memories melt away into the chaos with his injuries. Only now does he remember that. He is the one involved with the Ascendants. I was prepared for the fact that I'm probably one of those righteous superfans, but I wasn't expecting to be someone the Ascendants invited. To have something like this happen to regular guys is as absurd as reading the start of a manga. If you leave me, you slowly lose control of yourself until you become a monster that hurts other people. At least I haven't lost control for now. What now? Start again? Will that person be lurking nearby? Lost in thought, no one finally looks up to find everyone rushing outside in disarray. Large number of corrupted approaching. How far away? Several hundred meters. Where are the guards? Fuck! Where is everyone? The alarm isn't triggered either. What's going on? Can't be. The Ascendant. Is he finally coming? Finally, have you lost your mind? There are still a lot of patients in there. Ascendant? I won't run away. Please let me fight with you. I'm coming with you too. Note steps out in the medical center.
I'm
Alright,
okay.
let's go. There you go, circling.
The knights. Show them their sins. Bring
There you go,
the knights.
done. No, I can still detect signals of corrupted. Scout drone also stopped working. What is going on? Let me try if I can restart it. Okay, let's go this way. It will be fine. Looks like it was just turned off, not broken. Hey yo, what's going on? Hey yo, do I have to control the drone? Yeah, what do we do? Bunch of hell creatures. So many we can't handle. Let me help. Then leave it to you. I'll go and stop them. Wait, I can't read all that. That's too fast. Drone's broke, huh? It's a mission authorization. Oh god, do I have to hack this? Rumors about the sulfur of the French virus drastically inflamed fallen for a scam, resulting in large stockpiles of season. Currently, I don't know what right now, best for desire stay inside, stay with minnows to inform these sensitive searchers. City 75, long established security boarding school that helps raise general. Oh shit, let me... I'm gonna redo that. I didn't know it was like timed or something. Let me just redo.
Their sins. This is the best match.
Oh no, cancel. I don't know. Damn. Honestly, that's kind of confusing. $10:31, eh?
This is the best match. More spring will be bred from winter.
Yeah, let's go.
From winter. This is the best match.
We're safe for now. Wait, how can this guy stay uncorrupted in an environment of this high punishing concentration? Me? Is that an earthquake? No, it's the red tide coming out from underground. It's the red tide. The punishing concentration is increasing rapidly. Hurry back to the medical center. The battle has been going on for 3 hours, and individual corrupted and hetero creatures are still scrambling toward Medical Center 09. The defenses are all damaged, the corpses of corrupted filling every street and alley. The punishing virus concentration has gone from bad to the worst. Adding fuel to the flame, the streets outside the medical center have cracked apart. Red tide oozes out, obstructing the ways in and out. Something's wrong. These things seem to know where they're going, unlike the barrage of hetero creatures who attack thoughtlessly. How's the medical center doing? Staying inside the center is still safe for now, but we've got a lot of injured. This is bad. The CPF is going to overload if the virus concentration remains high. We should evacuate everyone ASAP, or at least call in Reinforcement. You can't evacuate. There's nowhere to go. I just came back from patrol. The roads are damaged and covered in red tide. They're not completely submerged yet, but our defenses won't hold up for long. The others won't stand a chance. We're trapped? Something is seriously wrong. This isn't random, Talbot. Did you learn Ascendant here? That Ascendant only said he'd come for me. Why would he do something like this? Destroy us, obviously. Do you think he'd deliver you a crown without hurting anyone else? I'm sorry, Lillian, but we better kick him out. But he's heavily infected right now. Sending him out will kill him. Well, his Ascendant buddy can save him. Wait. The young man defeats the last Hedo creature by the door to the entrance before pushing it open and entering the medical center. I might be the one who's connected to the Ascendants. I just remembered some things. Before I lost my memories, I might have met the Ascendants. Excuse me? Hey, this guy is almost clean. He's been fighting with us all this time. His infection should be way worse than this. Maybe his invert device was enhanced? Can you control the corrupted? I don't know. I don't know how, at the very least. Maybe a transcendent? Can't be. His punishing virus concentration is way too low for that. You aren't being serious, are you? That's wild. An amnesiac ascendant not realizing he descended and got accepted by others. That's a plot straight out of a manga? Are you talking about the cardman writer who forgot he was a demonic scientist? No. It was the one guy who picked up Death Journal. He also lost his memories. I can't believe you read that. Wait a minute. Didn't you lose your memories? How come you can remember the plots of those mangas? What on earth are you yapping about? Sorry. Is he the Ascendant you met, Talbot? No, he was standing in dark, and his silhouette looked like a giant snake, I'd say? What about you? Do you remember what your Ascendant looked like? Not really, but I'm pretty sure mine wasn't a giant snake. What did yours tell you? Mine wanted to become one of them. I refused, and then I blacked out. That's more or less what I was told as well. I guess they aren't that strict on who they choose. Recruiting victims. Anyone will do. Fall into a trap. Stop repeating what Anna said. Let's just kick both of them out. Stop. That won't solve anything. The punishing virus concentration is too high outside right now. We'll probably kill them if we send them away. If they're the reason we're in this mess right now, why shouldn't we kick them out? Comms are down right now. We can't even call for backup. The way I see it, everyone remotely suspicious shouldn't be able to stay. I know things are pressing right now, but that doesn't mean we should just take everyone in. We don't have enough medical supplies to begin with. That's not fair. We can't just kick them out. They're connected to the Ascendants. We just gotta put them down. So, do you think killing us will save you? If an Ascendant is after the medical center, you're still going to die unless there's enough people to protect this place. It's all your fault! The crowd began to argue intensely. Watching the scene unfold, no one can feel his non-existent heart aching. He's been through something similar in his recovered memories. The desperate folks who got involved with the wrong people. The innocents who were branded guilty by association. The powerlessness, birthed from years of opposition and fear, was sharpened into a knife going for the kin's throats the moment it exploded. This tragedy will keep repeating itself as long as pain and suffering fill the people's livelihoods. But something has changed. This time, no one is not the powerless boy he once was. Let me make use of this anomaly before I lose control. I'll get you reinforcement. Excuse me? If comms are down and we're surrounded by the red tide, let me go out and find out reinforcement. But you aren't sure if you're an Ascendant. It could be a coincidence that you're immune. You wouldn't make it alone if you're attacked by a lot of corrupted, or arrive somewhere with much higher virus concentration. Do or do not, there is no try, is there? Star Wars reference. Hey, Star Wars reference. Not to mention that I could possess powers I couldn't control. Powers that could harm you all. Why should we trust you? What if we run away? Better we take you down now, before you recovered your full power. You can kill me, but everyone here will die as well if they're trapped by the red tide. Didn't Lillian say the CPF won't run for long? Let him go. An elderly refugee walks up. His step may be sluggish, but his presence is profound. Why? He wouldn't have mentioned the Ascendant if he wanted to run away. So, maybe he was protecting Talbot. The Talbot can say. He can surely come back if he wants to protect Talbot. But I know we're all wary of enemies hiding in the dark, but this paranoia when we haven't even caught a glimpse of that Ascendant will only spell our defeat. Talbot and this young man are just trying to help. They mean well, and they've yet to show any of the abilities you've mentioned. There are only so few of us left. What remains if we hurt those that stand by us? Let him go. That's the only way. Please trust me. Ascendant or not, I'll never use that power to do harm. No one has planned for the worst. If he loses control, he will do anything to stop himself from hurting others, even at the cost of his life. I will come back with reinforcement. You know what will happen, right? You're associated with the Ascendant. The purifying force will come for you when you come back. Let me do what I can to help you all before that happens. He knows he may be out of time. People hesitate in silence. Eventually they're not known. Swayed by a tide they cannot cross, and known's unyielding gaze. Alright, you're on. The other three will stay. Known nods back at the rest of them and turns to face Talbot. There's much he wants to say, but now is not the time. All Known can do is smile and wave at Talbot, Lillian, and Lethos. Wait for me. The red tide has appeared on the streets outside the medical center. If this continues, the puncturing virus concentration will go up. Alright, selected. Peaceful.
Bring wounds to the night. Their sin!
Bam. Let's go.
Bring wounds to the night. Of their sin!
No. Let's go. There's no time to deal with the corrupted. I need support ASAP. Help me! Help me! Why did you do this? You could have passed the filtering. You should have accepted it. You should have saved me, Shrek! What are these red shadows? Who's Shrek? How I wish I were the only one who survived. You're a nobody. You should cherish the opportunity you're given. You monster. Disappeared. What is that? A construct kept by the Ascendant in the cell. Where did I hear these words before? I think I heard footsteps. Is that the sound of the red tide too? Hey, oh, I like this camera angle, man. Or is there someone else? That's impossible. Average constructs can't stay near the red tide. Corrupted at this point in time?
The best match. This one spring will be bred from winter.
Hey, yo. Sound is gone. No, time is running out. I have to get through here before it's too late. The dark sky, crimson phantoms, and blood river form a picture of the inferno. Their whispers are filled with hatred, protesting about the young man who's rushing by. You could have saved us. You were chosen, but you ran away from your responsibilities. Why don't you save us? Why? Why did you leave? Save me, Shrek. That name. The young man stops running and turns towards the red tide projection. Who are you? I'm a task force defector. For meeting an Ascendant base, I assume we're all the same. Why did you defect? Huh, are you surprised that I chose an unlikely way to live instead of a likely way to die? I heard that failing the filtering will turn you into a corrupted. I have to try, right? What's your name, by the way? Everyone calls me Shrek. Shrek, ha! My apologies. I think that name has to be associated with some ogreish monster. Hey, somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. Sorry, I had to do it. But I suppose there's nothing wrong with calling you a monster when the construct the Ascendants are feeding into a jail cell. I suppose. Well then, let's hope we both pass the filtering, Mr. Monster. You want to know what the filtering actually is? It's a test to select our comrades. From what your memories have shown me, it's akin to how the human conservation areas choose their skilled warriors. People don't turn into corrupted if the conservation areas don't choose them. Are you sure? Abandoned, they become scavengers who linger on, searching, looting, and stealing resources and livelihoods in a broken world. They take, and one day they'll die when someone else takes from them. Don't worry, I don't want to blame anyone, and I won't despise any. The world is taken over by the punching virus. They don't have a choice. They are forced to become who they are. I simply want to put an end to their suffering sooner. Best if they pass this filtering and become one of us, but I have somewhere they can go if they don't. The Ascendant smiles and points at the reservoir of the underground waterways. The crimson liquid is swirling with corpses and remains inside as if the monster that will not stop gnawing. The female construct who was smiling at him earlier is within it too. She's long become one of its phantoms, repeating her plea before dying with faint, broken words. Save me, Shrek. See? Those who have become one with the Crimson Sea are not dead. Their lives have become new. But I'm sure it's hard for you to comprehend this way. The Ascendant scoops up some of the red tide and delivers it before known. Their minds and data are not gone. They're all stored here. They're searching for each other, become a whole from the pain of their loss. Red tide feeds the hungry and unites the departed. It all takes away their doom and gloom and stitches together all their joy. She lets them gather and decompose, turning them into the creature of order. Mister wants them when we rearrange them. Mister wants them when we rearrange them. Mister wants them when we arrange them, or a host of chaos when they come together freely. Those lives and minds are hardly what they were. Better that than the completely rotten shells that they would have been. No, I think I prefer Shrek. The monster's name sounds more like one of us. You should hate this world as much as I do. This world that keeps churning out dead bodies one after another. You should want to change it as well. I don't want you to force you to choose. I can give you more time if you're still undecided. Mister said, you'd only become a threat if we made you one of us against your will. So I'm only going to guide you. I'll never force you to do anything. Oh, by the way, if you think about saving those who are still alive, why don't you try out your new powers? My new powers? Exactly. You're wondering when that happened, aren't you? I made you. You've retained your mind, and nothing's broken for once. So I borrowed Mister's access and planted some magic in you. As long as you stay near me, you don't have to fear the punching virus. Instead, it can become your strength. You can read the information stored within the red tide. You can see the dead, save the living, and kill whoever you want to kill. That won't be necessary. I'm good. You don't want to save those people? Of course I do. Then why won't you agree? I'll never be your accomplice. Fragments of his broken memories begin to connect, slightly dispelling the fog in his mind. I rejected the offer, but what happened afterward? If you leave me, you're slowly... Sorry. My bad. If you leave me, you'll slowly lose control of yourself until you become a monster that hurts other people. Wait, why did I reject it? If I don't use those powers to hurt people, I won't become an accomplice to the Ascendants. But that's the danger of losing control. The young man turns to the red tide projection once more. What am I missing? It's too late, Shrek. The distorting projection struggles to hold together, repeating the words of a woman said to be approaching the approaching man. That's what it always says in that book. A bird that was born in a cage will fear the sky. A goose that soars to the air will fear the cage. Humans can only make choices based on what they know. Wait, isn't this from like Fake Ascension? Like one of the side stories where they introduce Shrek? And someone without a past, someone who runs from it. It is destined to be lost on the way to the future. Who are you? Don't you remember? This is the second time we've met. Bella? It's been too long. Hey yo? Hey yo? Man, this chapter is so good. Oh boy. Just last thing, rest in peace Bella. But yeah. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and hanging out with me, and I'll see you guys later.